House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 3, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Earl L. Buddy Carter to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Malatakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, I woke up to a press conference being held by my mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, and our police commissioner. And they were saying that while we were sleeping, 2 NYPD officers were shot. And they were shot by somebody who is in this country illegally. Somebody who entered via Eagle Pass, somebody who is a national of Venezuela, somebody who is allowed to be here because of President Biden's 60 policy changes that have opened up our border, allowing dangerous individuals to enter. Someone who is in New York City being housed, being fed, having legal services, laundry services, free Metro cards, health care on the taxpayers, the hardworking taxpayers that I represent in New York. The policies of the left are destroying this country. They are destroying our city. They are destroying the rule of law. This was totally preventable. It is something that should not have occurred. Thankfully, those police officers are okay. But it sheds light that the failed policies of the Democrats on the federal, state, and local level have come to a head. And this is the result. Our law enforcement, those tasked to protect us, are being hurt. Chuck Schumer, on the other side of the building, represents New York. He still will not take up any of the pieces of legislation that we passed in this House, some with bipartisan support, to deport individuals who are here committing crimes, to take action, to undo the policies of President Biden. Just last week, there was another individual that committed murder, another illegal immigrant that was here, committed murder in Harlem. And yet these two incidences, one in Queens, one in Harlem, both districts represented by colleagues here in the House who are on the other side of the aisle, where are they? I don't see them putting pressure on Senator Schumer to pass meaningful legislation to undo what President Biden did by executive order, has the ability to undo it. And the president continues to lie to the American people, telling them that he doesn't have the authority to do anything at the border. He had the authority to break the border, right? He himself passed those 60 policy changes. He himself can fix it. So I speak today because the American people need to see what's going on. They need to know that this is a direct result of this president's policies, of my mayor's policy that we're going to continue housing individuals, converting hotels in New York that should be going to tourists. Instead, they're going to these illegal immigrants that are wreaking havoc. The person was stopped, by the way, the person that shot these officers, because he was suspect in a ring of robberies. He and others using motorized scooters to terrorize the community, commit robberies, pickpocketing, snatching purses. Why is my mayor forcing we, the people, the taxpayers, to house individuals who are committing crimes. And the New York City Council, also run by radical leftists, they prohibit NYPD from cooperating with Immigration and Customs Enforcement to deport individuals once they're arrested. We've had thousands of arrests of people in this country illegally. And guess what? They go back to their luxury hotel room that we, the people, are paying for. Because the New York City Council doesn't think we should be cooperating to have them removed from this country. So we leave them there to be able to commit crimes over and over again. People 8, 9, 10, if you read, New York Post does a good job of exposing it. People with multiple arrests being released back on the street to prey on New Yorkers. This is completely unacceptable. And Chuck Schumer has to stop hiding behind a bill that nobody likes and wouldn't do the job. He needs to actually hold this president accountable. Let's undo those 60 executive orders if the president won't do it on his own. But we have a responsibility to protect the people of New York, to protect the people of this country, to protect the taxpayers of the United States, and to secure our borders. Enough is enough. Let's get it done, Senator Schumer. Do something meaningful over there in the Senate. Pass some of the bills that we passed here with bipartisan support.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president and to direct their comments toward the chair. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, a crowd wearing GC emblazoned blue t-shirts with "We Over Me" stamped on the back screamed loudly for joy, celebrating the moment as the Green Central High School Ram baseball team rushed the field, accompanied by the steering melody by Queen, "We Are the Champions," yes, of the world. Congratulations to the Green Central Ram baseball team for securing the 2024 North Carolina High School Athletic Association's 2A championship title. It was a nearly flawless season, 29-1. Baseball is an integral part of our rich heritage in Greene County and my hometown of Snow Hill. No one has contributed more to putting us on the baseball map than the legendary North Carolina Hall of Famer, Coach James "Rabbit" Fulgham. Coach Fulgham, who is no longer actively coaching, always attends games. He was there in Burlington, North Carolina, passionately supporting this remarkable team. I'm honored to recognize the team: Noah Uzzell, Braden Burris, Austin Hardy, Cameron Taylor, Brady Anderson, Jordan Scott, Elijah Monroe, Mason Dillon, Riley Radford, Justin Mitchell, Nora Robertson, Easton Creech, Everett Kirkland, Dallas Lee, Peyton Wainwright, Austin Brock, and Will Radford. Coaching this remarkable team were head coach Ben Brand, Russell Brand, Jamie Tilley, and David Bryant, also the athletic director. And a special shout out goes to the tournament MVPs, Will Radford and Braden Burris, who also tied a state record with 59 runs in a season. Mr. Speaker, after each player received their medal, the team was presented the championship trophy and banner. The team gathered on the mound for a group photo. The crowd erupted once again. Some moved to tears this time as Coach Fulgham, with the help of his family and a walker, made his way to join the team for a picture. Sports in rural communities unite us, and this exceptional team accomplished exactly that. The team has grown up together and will now remain together forever, bonded with this achievement. Today, tomorrow, forever, we are proudly standing with our Rams. Ram pride forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the American justice system has always been the pride of our nation and the envy of the world. In America, justice is portrayed as blindfolded because it doesn't matter whether those who seek it are rich or poor, weak or powerful, Republican or Democrat. Equal justice under law means exactly that. Everyone is treated the same. It is this central principle that gives the law its moral authority. Without it, law simply becomes raw force, devoid of legitimacy. Respect for the law breaks down, and without that respect, civilization gives way to the law of the jungle. This is the well-trodden path to tyranny taken by many nations throughout history. We Americans have always believed that it can't happen here. And yet, it has happened here, and we're watching it in real time. The turning of the law against our democracy began with the IRS harassment and intimidation of the Tea Party movement during the Obama administration. One of the principal players was the same Jack Smith that the Biden administration tasked to pursue federal charges against Mr. Biden's political opponent. During the 2016 election, corrupt officials at the FBI used the terrifying powers they were entrusted to advance a monstrous lie concocted by the Democrats that Donald Trump was conspiring with the Russians. Democratic political activists within the government used that lie to spy on Mr. Trump's campaign, terrify his supporters, and interfere with the election. When that failed, they used it to undermine and obstruct the lawfully elected president. But nothing comes close to the demons the Democrats have now unleashed. They have broken every political norm, civil tradition, and due process protection that have shielded Americans from the convulsions of banana republics. We can now clearly see the full power of leftist lawfare. Politically corrupt prosecutors, ethically compromised judges, and a partisan and biased jury pool can concoct specious cases and turn them against their political opponents under circumstances that make the show trials of Russia look like models of enlightened jurisprudence. The genesis of these cases is damning. All were brought when Donald Trump dared to run again for the presidency. 2 were brought by leftist prosecutors who campaigned on targeting Donald Trump. Biden's number 3 official in the Justice Department left to spearhead the New York prosecution. The Atlanta prosecutor strategized for hours with the White House counsel in advance of filing that case. Biden's Attorney General dispatched Jack Smith with a long history of prosecutorial abuses to apply a glaring double standard to prosecute a former president over a civil dispute involving the handling of records. Legal experts from left to right have excoriated the double standards and violations of due process and have condemned the appalling judicial misconduct of the judge. Now, the Democrats believe this is their path to electoral success, abusing our laws to declare their opponent a convicted felon. Well, in the history of kangaroo courts and despotic regimes, I'd say Mr. Trump has pretty good company. Nelson Mandela, a convicted felon. Nathan Sharansky, a convicted felon. Sir Thomas More, a convicted felon. Under George III's 1775 proclamation, every one of the American founders would have been convicted felons. By traducing the American traditions of political tolerance, respect for democracy, equal protection of the laws, and simple fair play, the left is destroying the legitimacy of our legal institutions and the respect they once commanded in a concerted campaign to subvert democracy itself. I still believe our American judicial system will ultimately prove itself resilient and this glaring miscarriage of justice will eventually be overturned. But the damage that this has already done to the rule of law and the sanctity of our elections is immense. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, Admiral Yamamoto supposedly said that he was afraid that all they had done was to awaken a sleeping giant and fill him with a terrible resolve. I believe the Democrats who are celebrating this travesty are about to discover the same thing. The American people are known throughout history for their common sense, their innate fairness, and their devotion to the institutions that have maintained their freedom through 12 generations. The brazenness of the abuses by this administration and its Confederates is obvious to any who care to look, and an awareness is building that democracy is indeed at stake in this election. I yield back.
The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the Greater Savannah Athletic Hall of Fame class of 2024. Founded in 1965, this organization celebrates the top athletes of the region, and I am proud to recognize them today. The Hall of Fame class of 2024 consists of Donald Chumley, Chris Edge, Frank Kearse, and Jason Shield. Each of these honorees have led accomplished athletic careers. Donald Chumley began his football career at Groves High School. From there, he played for the University of Georgia, was drafted by the 49ers, and played in the CFL for the Calgary Stampeders. Chris Edge played baseball at Savannah Christian Preparatory School before playing at the University of Georgia. Frank Kearse began playing football at Savannah High School before playing at Alabama A&M and then in the NFL for 5 years. Jason Shield played baseball at Windsor Forest High School and spent his professional career with the Braves, the Padres, and the Red Sox. The Greater Savannah Athletic Hall of Fame also honors current coaches, athletes, and teams for their accomplishments, and I'm proud to recognize them as well. Danny Britt, the head football coach at Benedictine Military School, and Julie Jones, the head volleyball coach at Savannah Christian Preparatory School, were each awarded a coaching citation for their outstanding leadership and guidance for student athletes. The Lawton M. Calhoun Award, which recognizes the top student athlete in Chatham County, was given to Luke Cromanhook, the quarterback for the Benedictine Military School's football team. Luke will be continuing his football career at Florida State University. Finally, the M.A. Spellman Award, which recognizes a team of our individual making an unconventional impact in sports, was awarded to the Forest City Gun Club Juniors. Congratulations to each of these award winners and inductees of the class of 2024 Greater Savannah Athletic Hall of Fame. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Ms. Ursula Mert and Ms. Dasha Vimanova as they claim the title of your 2024 NCAA Doubles National Champions. This Georgia Bulldog duo are crowned NCAA Doubles Champions for the first time in Georgia women tennis history. Vimanova and Mert, up against Pepperdine University's top-seeded team, Janice Ting and Savannah Brodicus, had to push themselves to the limit to secure the victory. After Georgia won the opening set in a tiebreaker, the Waves duo took the second set, forcing a deciding 10-point tiebreaker instead of a third set. The NCAA championship win on Saturday was a great end to the Bulldogs season, along with their run through SEC play and the NCAAs. The Bulldogs shared the SEC regular season title with Texas A&M and finished their season ranked number 3 in the country. Congratulations again to Mrs. Ursula Mert and Mrs. Dasha Vimanova for their extraordinary achievements, and we wish them continued success in their future endeavors on the tennis court. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of the late Sergeant Tracy Daly. Sergeant Daly was a loving father and husband who devoted his life to protecting his community. In 1985, Sergeant Daly began his career with the Statesboro Police Department. Starting off as a deputy, he served his community for many years before moving into the Civil Division. Upon his return to law enforcement, he worked with the Effingham County Police Department as a firearms instructor, where he worked to train, motivate, and mentor young deputies. Sergeant Daly was an accomplished and respected law enforcement officer. His life serves as a model of public service, as emblematic of the sacrifice police officers across the nation make each and every day. I send my condolences to his family, Sheriff McDuffie, and the entire Effingham County Sheriff's Department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the terrible precedent set in our country 4 days ago. Using the justice system to engage in a politically driven prosecution and now conviction of a major political party nominee running for president, especially on the charges brought against Donald Trump, should gravely concern every member of this body as well as every American across our country, whether they be Republican or Democrat, for Donald Trump or against him. Regardless of one's opinion of the current Republican nominee, we'd be well served to remember the long and cherished tradition we have in this country of settling our political differences at the ballot box. For nearly 2.5 centuries, our nation's elected leaders have properly resisted the temptation to oppose their political rivals through the weaponization of our justice system. Equal justice for all, and an overall trust in our justice system is fundamental to who we are as Americans. And those who would destroy that hard-earned trust just to score cheap political points should be held accountable. As an attorney, I can tell you that May 30th will be among the more infamous dates in American history. The facts behind these flimsy charges against President Trump were already examined by prosecutors nearly a decade ago, resulting in the conclusion that the facts did not support criminal charges. Last Friday's verdict was clearly the result of a prosecution in search of a crime. The primary accusation in the entire case is that of falsifying business records, a misdemeanor crime in the state of New York. Yet this district attorney questionably elevated these charges to felonies, dubiously creating what was essentially a first-of-its-kind prosecution. For those not convinced Donald Trump's prosecution was driven by nefarious politics rather than the law, consider that the DA who brought these charges actually campaigned on, quote, getting President Trump. Also consider that the entire basis for this verdict is the testimony of a convicted felon found guilty of perjury who also admittedly stole money from the Trump organization. The same witness has since celebrated the verdict, even saying the verdict is, quote, exactly what America needs right now, close quote, and, quote, I would like him to feel what I felt, quote, close quote. Revenge seems to be the motive. We're hearing the quiet part out loud, Mr. Speaker. It's often said by my friends on the other side of the aisle that no one is above the law. I agree. But no one is below the law either. I hear from countless Tennesseans who are outraged not only by the lack of merit in this case, but also the timing. We are 6 months away from an election. They sense we have devolved into a two-tier justice system, and they want the madness to end. We must restore normal discourse in our country. Impeachment is a word used far too often in this body. I feared this would happen when the Democratic majority decided to take the extreme step of impeaching our former president twice. Now, a remedy provided by our founders and meant to be rare is becoming commonplace. We cannot allow the Department of Justice to be trivialized as well. Our founders envisioned the possibility that a president could be harassed by political opponents, which is why I continue to argue in favor of immunity for this type of prosecution. Impeachment is the tool the Congress has to hold our chief executives accountable. Elections are the tool for them to be accountable to we the people. I look forward to the appeal of President Trump's conviction, and I believe it will be successful. In the meantime, House Republicans will continue doing all we can to shine a light on the heavy-handed tactics of the Biden Department of Justice. We will continue to conduct our constitutionally required oversight duties. But ultimately, I believe the first step in restoring public trust will come this fall in the elections when the American people make the ultimate decision, and I believe will re-elect President Donald Trump. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of president. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous.
And is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this April, Border Patrol agents encountered more than 170,000 illegal immigrants attempting to enter our country under President Biden's open southern border. Border security is national security, and President Biden has shown a complete and systemic failure to protect the sovereignty of this great nation. Since President Biden took office, more than 350 individuals on the terrorist watch list have been apprehended attempting to enter the United States. That doesn't include those who came through without being apprehended. By continuing to promote catch and release policies that facilitate illegal immigration, President Biden has continued to incentivize those who wish to harm us and cross us at open borders. A president who refuses to enforce our laws and secure our borders cannot effectively lead the American people. We need to equip our Border Patrol agents with the tools necessary to enforce our laws. It is time for the Senate to pass H.R. 2. It is time for the Senate to work with us to keep all Americans safe. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in a recent survey conducted by the Wall Street Journal, more than 33% of parents reported that they were struggling financially solely because of inflation. Since President Biden took office, inflation has risen by almost 20%, leading to decreased savings, rising debt, financial insecurity for millions of Americans. In April, the United States added just 175,000 non-farm payroll jobs, far below the 240 jobs that economists had forecasted. The data is clear. President Biden's spending spree, coupled with the red tape that crushed American supply chains, have created soaring inflation that continue to impact each and every aspect of our economy. Americans can't afford another year of President Biden's wasteful and reckless spending. As we begin the appropriations process, it is time to put a stop to Biden's runaway budget. It is time to cut off funding to Green New Deal energy initiatives that subsidize windmills and solar farms that fail to provide the base source power that we need. It is time to stop wasting taxpayer dollars on far-left policies that Americans do not want and that Americans cannot afford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Eternal God, from the beginning of time you have loved us, and it is in your steadfast love that we find strength, redemption, and meaning. In the beginning of this week, may we give careful and prayerful thought to the purposes for which you have called us, that we would honor this holy calling, not determined by the standards of our work, nor measured by the accomplishments we set out to achieve. Rather, in concert with your will, may our hearts and minds be in one accord with your grace plan. Take then our best intentions and shape them to your purposes. Take our fervent feelings and mold them to your desires. Take this day and use all that we do to glorify you, that we would honor your presence among us. In the hope to be found in your name, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on May 31, 2024 at 4:55 p.m., said to contain a message from the President on his objections to House Joint Resolution 109, which he returns without his signature. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The clerk will report the veto message.
To the House of Representatives, I am returning herewith, without my approval, House Joint Resolution 109, a resolution that would disapprove of the Securities and Exchange Commission's SEC Staff Accounting Bulletin Number 121, SAB 121. SAB 121 reflects considered technical SEC staff views regarding the accounting obligations of certain firms that safeguard crypto assets. By virtue of invoking the Congressional Review Act, this Republican-led resolution would inappropriately constrain the SEC's ability to set forth appropriate guardrails and address future issues. This reversal of the considered judgment of the SEC staff in this way risks undercutting the SEC's broader authorities regarding accounting practices. My administration will not support measures that jeopardize the well-being of consumers and investors. Appropriate guardrails that protect consumers and investors are necessary to harness the potential benefits and opportunities of crypto asset innovation. My administration is eager to work with the Congress to ensure a comprehensive and balanced regulatory framework for digital assets, building on existing authorities, which will promote the responsible development of digital assets and payment innovation and help reinforcing United States leadership in the global financial system. Therefore, I am vetoing this resolution. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, May 31st, 2024.
The objections of the President will be spread at large upon the journal, and the veto message and the joint resolution will be printed as a House document. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent that further consideration of the veto message and the joint resolution, H.J. Res. 109, be postponed until the legislative day of July 10th, 2024.
Is there objection to the request? Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 1215 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1215, resolution calling on elected officials and civil society leaders to join in efforts to educate the public on the contributions of the Jewish American community.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on HRes 1215.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jewish American History Month, first proclaimed by President George W. Bush, and each president since, recognizes the contributions of the Jewish community to our country. Recognizing this month is particularly important following the October 7th terrorist attacks by Hamas on Israel and the flood of anti-Semitism that we have seen in its aftermath. Weeks after the October 7th attacks, the Judiciary Committee held a hearing on the topic of anti-Semitism on college campuses. We examined the slow reaction to the sometimes violent pro-Hamas rallies and encampments at top institutions across our country. One witness, a student from Cornell, testified that she had to think twice about having an outward sign of her Jewish faith because she feared for her safety on campus. Unfortunately, schools continue to see anti-Semitic and anti-American encampments and protests lasting months. According to the American Jewish Committee, nearly half of American Jews have altered their behavior due to concerns about anti-Semitism. Almost 2/3 of American Jews feel less secure in the United States than they did a year ago. Hillel International has reported 1,597 anti-Semitic incidents on college campuses since October 7th, which is 700% increase over the same period last year. Last month, the Judiciary Committee held a second hearing about anti-Semitism on college campuses with students and experts. One student testified that bigotry, violence, and harassment had become part of daily life as a Jewish student at Penn. Another testified that a university employee threatened him with a machete after the student denounced the defacing of campus posters that displayed the names and faces of Israeli hostages held by Hamas. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable and simply cannot continue. This House, elected officials at the state and local level, faith leaders, community leaders, and university administrators, we all have an obligation to confront this anti-Semitism. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. I want to thank the ranking member of the committee for his work and the sponsor of the legislation, the gentlelady from the great state of Florida, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month and the important contributions that I yield to myself such times as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution recognizing Jewish American Heritage Month and the important contributions that Jewish Americans have made to our history, our society, and our culture. I thank Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz for introducing this resolution and for her passionate work to ensure that we in Congress and Americans around the country observe this annual celebration of the integral role Jewish Americans have played in shaping our nation. Congress first marked the Jewish American Heritage Month in 2005. But of course, Jewish contributions to American society began centuries ago, even before the founding of the United States. In fact, the first group of Jews arrived in the United Colonies in 1654 when they fled the Portuguese Inquisition and found refuge in New Amsterdam, what we now call New York City, and have flourished ever since. This small Jewish community of 23 people fleeing persecution has grown into more than 7 million people, and Jewish Americans have become part of the essential fabric of the United States. From the very founding of the country, Jews have been an integral part of the American story. Famously, in 1790, President George Washington wrote a letter to the Touro Synagogue in Newport, Rhode Island, in which he wrote, quote, "May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell on the land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit safely under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid," close quote. Courageous Jews have also been key figures in American history. In 1855, Rabbi David Einhorn became the first rabbi of Har Sinai congregation in Baltimore, the oldest Reform American Jewish synagogue. Unpopular in Baltimore at the time, Rabbi Einhorn passionately and vehemently wrote and spoke against slavery, decrying it as a moral evil. In 1861, after delivering a sermon denouncing slavery, a pro-slavery mob swelled and drove Rabbi Einhorn out of town. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, whose relationship with Reverend Martin Luther King has become one of the most famous interfaith partnerships in America, also spoke out courageously for civil rights. A professor at the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, located in the Morningside Heights neighborhood of Manhattan, Rabbi Heschel had a vital and lasting contribution to religious discourse on civil rights. On March 21, 1965, Rabbi Heschel marched arm in arm with Dr. King in Selma, Alabama, a pivotal moment in the history of this country. As Rabbi Heschel's daughter, Professor Susanna Heschel, wrote, the photograph of Abraham Joshua Heschel walking arm in arm with Martin Luther King Jr. in the front row of marches at Selma has become an icon of American Jewish life and of black-Jewish relations. Reprinted in Jewish textbooks, synagogue bulletins, and in studies of ecumenical relations, the pictures come to symbolize the great moment of symbiosis of the two communities, black and Jewish. I am proud to represent a district with one of the largest Jewish communities in the United States. New York 12 is home to many historic Jewish institutions that represent the rich diversity of this community. This includes two historic synagogues in the Upper West Side of Manhattan, Congregation Shareth Israel, which was founded by those 23 Jews in 1654, as well as the First Reconstructionist Synagogue, the Society for the Advancement of Judaism, at which the first bat mitzvah in the United States took place. As the most senior Jewish member of Congress, I'm also keenly aware that as we celebrate the history and the contributions of Jewish Americans, this year, Jewish American Heritage Month comes in the background of increased anti-Semitism in this country. Anti-Semitism is not a new phenomenon. It has plagued Jewish communities around the world for millennia. Yet we have recently experienced a dramatic uptick in anti-Semitism. The Anti-Defamation League's 2023 audit of anti-Semitic incidents found a 140% increase from the 2022 audit, and the highest number on record since the Anti-Defamation League began tracking it in 1979. The ADL also recorded a 135% increase of anti-Semitic incidents at K-12 schools, and a 321% increase on college and university campuses compared to the same time the previous year, with most occurring after October 7th. This harrowing uptick in anti-Semitic attacks is devastating and urgent. It demonstrates the necessity for us to redouble our efforts to combat this horrific hatred. Last year, I warmly welcomed the first ever national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, which was developed by the Biden administration. This historic effort includes concrete steps that we can all take, including civil society, local government, Congress, and the executive branch, to tangibly enact the priorities articulated in the strategy. This year, I believe we must all work to fully actualize and implement the national strategy, including passing the Countering Anti-Semitism Act, championed by my friend Congresswoman Manning. Jewish American Heritage Month reminds us that as we continue to fight against anti-Semitism, we also celebrate the countless contributions made by Jewish Americans. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield such time as she may consume to the chief sponsor of this resolution, the gentlelady from Florida, Representative Wasserman Schultz.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and deeply appreciate the gentleman from New York's leadership as the senior Jewish member of the entire House of Representatives and his decades of support and leadership on issues important to the Jewish American community. And thank you as well to the gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, who I am glad to work with on this issue and for his assistance in bringing this important resolution to the floor. I rise in strong support of my resolution, HRES 1215, to recognize Jewish American Heritage Month and highlight the long-standing contributions of the Jewish American community to our country. Thank you as well to Representatives Troy Carter, Miller Meeks, and Fitzpatrick for joining me to co-lead this resolution. JAM is an annual May celebration, a time to come together and celebrate generations of Jewish Americans who have been an integral part of the rich mosaic of people and heritages that make up the United States. While JAM is a joyful month, we celebrated it this year under the shadow of Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel, the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. Since then, the United States has witnessed a historic rise in anti-Semitism. In 2023, the ADL tracked 8,873 anti-Semitic incidents across America, a 140% increase from the previous year, and the highest number on record since 1999. According to the American Jewish Committee, nearly two-thirds of Americans, as the chairman mentioned, nearly two-thirds of American Jews feel less secure in the U.S. than they did a year ago. And make no mistake, anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine. According to ADL's report on anti-Semitism and support for political violence, highly anti-Semitic Americans are twice as likely to support dangerous anti-democratic conspiracies, such as the Great Replacement theory. This was on clear display as white supremacists marched through Charlottesville chanting, "Jews will not replace us." Such hate must be answered. We must do more to show our support and uplift the Jewish American community. In President Biden's national strategy to counter anti-Semitism, the U.S.'s first ever blueprint, it calls on all aspects of society to commemorate JAM and use it as a tool to fight hate. We need Jews and non-Jews alike to learn about all of the remarkable Jewish Americans who served in government, the military, or who won Nobel Prizes, led universities, and made life-saving medical discoveries that we all count on today. That so many significant contributions to America's success were led by Jewish Americans is not widely known. Today's resolution highlights just a fraction of the Jewish Americans who made our nation and the world better. Jonas Salk was a virologist who developed the polio vaccine. Florence Prague Khan, a Republican, was the first Jewish woman member of Congress and first woman to serve on the House Military Affairs Committee, and I would commend to my colleagues to just walk down the stairs and you'll see her portrait hanging on the way down the steps to commemorate the significance of her service. Jack Greenberg argued against segregation in Brown v. Board of Education as co-counsel to Thurgood Marshall and succeeded Marshall as director counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. The Jewish community's commitment to Tikkun Olam, a commitment to repair the world, is clear across so many generations of Americans. As we celebrated the end of the 19th year of Jewish American Heritage Month just a few days ago, it is clear that each year, JAM becomes bigger and better than the year before, and the need to make sure that we can shine a spotlight on the contributions that American Jews have made to the success of America is even more critical, given the precipitous rise in anti-Semitism. This annual blaze of education and understanding will surely eclipse enmity and intolerance. Thank you all for helping me shine the light, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution and look forward to continuing to celebrate Jewish American Heritage Month for many years to come. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman
reserves.
reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
Pardon?
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself balance of my time. Madam Speaker, during Jewish American Heritage Month, we celebrated the rich history and many contributions of Jewish Americans. We also recognize that anti-Semitism continues to be a scourge in our society that we must continue to combat in all its forms. I thank the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for bringing forward this important resolution. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Jewish American people have done so much for our culture and our country. So have the Jewish people all over our planet. And I would also say that Jewish nation has just done amazing things. And they are our dearest and closest friend, the state of Israel. Polly and I, my wife and I, we've had the opportunity to travel there 5 times, and we've enjoyed every single visit. Just a fascinating, amazing place, amazing country with amazing people. And we as Americans should do everything we can to help Israel win, as well as celebrate all the amazing contributions. We want to make sure they win this battle against a terrorist organization, not put limits on them, not tell them what they can and can't do, but help them win. And I think this resolution is in support of that overall effort, and we strongly support it and would urge my colleagues to vote in favor of it. And with that, we yield back the balance of our time.
Thank you. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1215? Those in favor say aye. And it's 1215 as amended. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended.
Madam Speaker, with that, I'd ask for the yeas and nays.
Thank you. Of the yeas and nays is requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, their yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Blank is recognized. Gentleman from For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3608.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3608, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 28081 Marguerite Parkway in Mission Viejo, California as the Major Megan McClung Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Young Kim.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank Representative Grothman for yielding. I rise in support of H.R. 3608, my bipartisan bill to honor U.S. Marine Corps Major Megan McClung, a local fallen hero from my district, who was the first female Marine officer to be killed in the Iraq War and the first woman graduate of the Naval Academy to be killed in the line of duty. H.R. 3608 will designate a post office in Mission Viejo, California, as the Major Megan McClung Post Office Building. Major McClung grew up in Orange County and graduated from Mission Viejo High School before attending the U.S. Naval Academy and joining the Marines. Her headstone reads, "Be bold, be brief, be gone." While she left us too soon, she left a lasting impact on all those who knew her and embodied the Marines' core values of honor, courage, and commitment. She bravely served several tours in Iraq, demonstrating an unwavering devotion to her mission and to her fellow Marines. She received the Bronze Star, the Purple Heart, the Navy and Marine Corps Commendation Medal, and the National Defense Service Medal. An avid marathon runner and triathlete, Major McClung competed in 7 Ironman distance triathlons. She won the first military female award in Kona in 2000. And she organized the first Marine Corps marathon in Iraq to coincide with the 2006 Marine Corps Marathon. She placed second out of the female runners despite having an injury. Her leadership, tenacity, and selflessness were evident, and she earned the respect and admiration of everyone who had the privilege of knowing her. Although we cannot repay fallen heroes or their families, dedicating this post office honors her legacy and preserves her story in the hearts of the community she knew so well for future generations. I thank the McClung family for working with me on this bill. I urge support for this bill to honor Major McClung's legacy in Mission Viejo and reaffirm our commitment to never forget the sacrifices made by our brave men and women in uniform. May Major McClung's life continue to inspire us all. I thank you and yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves.
Reserve, yeah.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield myself such time as I might consume. I rise in very strong support of H.R. 3608. Megan McClung was raised in Orange County, California, and graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy in 1995. She was tragically killed by a roadside bomb in Ramadi, Iraq on December the 6th, 2006, and thereby became the first female officer to be killed in the Iraq War. We stand united in honoring the life of Major McClung by naming a post office in Mission Viejo, California. After her, we encourage the entire body to join us today, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland reserves.
I have no further speakers and prepared to close.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring an American hero. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 3608? Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What do I say? Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5476.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5476, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1077 River Road, Suite 1, in Washington Crossing, Pennsylvania, as the Susan C. Barnhart Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of our Bill H.R. 5476, which designates the United States Postal Service facility in Washington's Crossing, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, located at 1077 River Road, as the Susan C. Barnhart Post Office. Madam Speaker, last July 15th, our community experienced a devastating tragedy where 7 innocent lives, 5 adults and 2 children, were lost in a violent flash flood. Among those we lost that fateful day was the extraordinary Susan Barnhart. Though she lived across the river in Titusville, New Jersey, Susan spent many years serving our community and was so loved by so many. Susan was a model citizen, a dedicated public servant, and a beacon of warmth and a beacon of kindness. She quickly became a comforting presence that customers in that post office and colleagues alike looked forward to seeing every single day at the Washington's Crossing Post Office, where she dedicated her professional life. As one of her customers beautifully put it, Susan was like sunshine, someone whose smiling face could light up your day the moment you walked in. Madam Speaker, Susan's loss, along with the loss of the other victims that we tragically lost on that day, has left an unimaginable void in our Bucks County community. But through this dedication, her spirit and legacy will continue to inspire every single one of us. And I would be remiss not to extend my sincere gratitude to several individuals. J.D. Mullane, Bucks County Courier-Times reporter, for his suggestion to spearhead this initiative. J.D., your thoughtfulness has allowed us to pay tribute to Susan and honor her legacy in a profound and meaningful way. And for that, we are all thankful. I also want to take a moment to recognize several individuals whose remarkable efforts and actions safeguarded and supported our community in our time of need. I say this with absolute certainty. We are blessed to have some of the finest first responders, law enforcement officers serving our Bucks County community. And from the onset of the flooding, Upper Mayfield Township Police and Fire Departments showcased their excellence and displayed extraordinary bravery, extraordinary courage, incredible selflessness, and incredible compassion. They were undoubtedly beacons of hope and light in one of our community's darkest hours. Harry Vitello is one of our all-star Upper Mayfield Township officers. Officer Vitello not only heroically led rescue operations and made it his mission to offer solace, empathy, and a steady hand to those in distress while ensuring our community remained informed. It was a masterclass in crisis communications, and I applaud and thank him for his outstanding efforts. In addition, for over 50 years, the all-volunteer Upper Mayfield Fire Company has been a stalwart guardian of our community, and the leadership of Chief Tim Brewer and the entire fire company throughout the flooding exemplified the essence of civic duty and underscored the importance of selfless service. Chief Brewer and his team worked tirelessly throughout the rescue operations, sparing no effort and leaving no stone unturned, bravely risking their lives without hesitation. So to Chief Brewer and the entire Upper Mayfield Fire Company, as always, we thank you so much for your service. I must also thank Tom Sino, who served as chair of the Upper Mayfield Board of Supervisors and Fire Liaison, for his steadfast leadership and unwavering composure in coordinating efforts, providing essential resources, and ensuring that the families of all the victims felt the arms of our entire community around them. Madam Speaker, amidst the darkness of last July, our community was able to find solace in uniting to express our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude for the heroic efforts of our law enforcement officers, our firefighters, our first responders, and all of the elected officials that played a critical role in this recovery effort. And now today, we can find solace once more. Although Susan is no longer with us, dedicating this post office in her name and in her honor to recognize her legacy ensures that her legacy and spirit remain vibrant forever. And as Susan's family, while we can never bring back her radiant smile, her incredible compassion, each time we see her name honored in this place that she cherished, we will know her warmth and her joy continue to watch over our Washington Crossing and Bucks County community. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I might consume. I rise in very strong support of H.R. 5476. I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for his remarks. Susan Barnhart was a beloved public servant in the Bucks County community. She was a resident of Titusville, New Jersey, but was a longtime Postal Service worker at the Newtown and Washington Crossing offices. She passed away during an extreme flash flooding incident on July 15, 2023. Designating the post office in her honor will ensure that her legacy of passionate dedication to the community and public service will be forever recognized and remembered, and I yield back to you.
The gentleman from Maryland yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a local public servant. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5476? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5640.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5640, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 12804 Chillicothe Road in Chesterland, Ohio, as the Sergeant Wolfgang Kyle Weninger Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Joyce.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 5640, to rename the Chesterland Post Office the Sergeant Wolfgang Kyle Weninger Post Office Building. Sergeant Weninger, who went by Kyle or Wolf, was a graduate of Kenston High School and was a local legend in hockey in Geauga County. Kyle joined the Marines in 2015 and immediately excelled. In roughly 4 years, he earned the coveted Marine Special Operators insignia and rose to the rank of sergeant. Tragically, Kyle, who was only 28, passed away following a training accident on June 16, 2020. Sergeant Weninger made the ultimate sacrifice for his country, and his memory should be honored, particularly in Geauga County, where he grew up. With the passage of this bill, Kyle's legacy will live on in our community, and the postal facility will serve as a reminder to the residents of Ohio's 14th Congressional District of the sacrifice service members and their families, like the Weningers, make on an everyday basis for our country. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will yield myself such time as I might consume. I rise in strong support of H.R. 5640. Sergeant Weninger joined the Marines in 2015. Tragically, on June 16, 2020, he passed away at the age of only 28 years old due to an accident during a parachute training jump exercise. I encourage all of our colleagues to join us in honoring the life of Sergeant Weninger by naming a post office in Chesterland, Ohio, after him. And I thank the gentleman for bringing forward this legislation, and will yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
You're recognized.
Madam Speaker, I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a true American hero. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5640? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6188.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6188, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 420 Highway 17 North in Surfside Beach, South Carolina, as the Nancy Young Childs Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, my good friend, Mr. Fry.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Nancy Yount Childs for her years of dedicated public service and accomplished career in law enforcement. Nancy Childs was born on May 28, 1952, in the Washington, D.C. area. In 1979, she began her successful career with the United States Capitol Police, serving as one of the first female Capitol Police officers. Truly a trailblazer, not only for women, but for the law enforcement community as a whole. By the time she retired in 1999, she held the rank of inspector and had served in the U.S. Capitol Police Threat Assessment Section. She was also a dedicated member of the Fraternal Order Police for 20 years. Upon her retirement from the U.S. Capitol Police, she relocated to the sunny shores of South Carolina. It is there where I developed a lasting friendship with Nancy and her husband, Bob. She loved walking on the beach, collecting shells, and enjoying country music. On November 2nd, 2022, Nancy passed away peacefully. And I know them well because Bob Childs was the former mayor of Surfside Beach. And he was a pretty effective mayor. But it was because of the efforts of Nancy, particularly behind the scenes, making sure that things were moving, the trains were running on time, that he was effective. She was a dedicated wife, mother, and public servant. Her memory will live on through her 3 wonderful children, Jim, Jennifer, and Krista, and her husband, Bob, of 29 years. Nancy's love for her family and friends, commitment to public service, and trailblazing accomplishments deserve to be honored and remembered. So today I invite my colleagues to join me in supporting the passage of H.R. 6188 to designate the United States Postal Service facility at 420 Highway 17 North in Surfside Beach, South Carolina, as the Nancy Yount Childs Post Office Building, so that Nancy's memory and legacy can continue to inspire the Grand Strand community for years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and with that, I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And Madam Speaker, thank you. I'll yield myself such time as I might consume. I rise in strong support of H.R. 6188, the legislation that would rename a post office in Surfside Beach, South Carolina, after a dedicated public servant and accomplished law enforcement officer, Nancy Yount Childs. Ms. Childs broke barriers as one of the first women to serve as a U.S. Capitol Police officer. She also served as a member of the Fraternal Order of Police. I encourage all our colleagues to join us in honoring the life of Ms. Childs by naming the post office in Surfside Beach, South Carolina, after her. And I will yield back to you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
You're recognized.
I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring an American public servant who once protected the U.S. Congress, an institution we all work in. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6188? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Madam Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1687.
Ben. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous.
Gentleman will suspend.
Madam Speaker,
Gentlemen wish to call up a bill?
I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 1687.
Thank you. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1687, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 6444 San Fernandino Road in Glendale, California as the Paul Ignatius Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Want me to read this? I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1687, which honors former Secretary of the Navy Paul Ignatius. In this position, he was the highest-ranking Armenian American in the U.S. military. Secretary Ignatius began his naval career during World War II. After graduating from the Harvard Business School, he began to work with the Department of Defense in the Kennedy and Johnson administrations. It was under President Johnson that he became Secretary of the Navy in 1967. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1687. I will yield 6 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to seek support in renaming a post office in Glendale, California, after Paul Ignatius, an extraordinary individual whose life and legacy embody the very best of our American values. Paul is still with us today, 103 years young, still inspiring future generations. Paul Ignatius is a name that resonates deeply within the community in my district and far beyond. Born in Glendale in 1920 to Armenian immigrants, Paul dedicated his life to public service. His family was one of the earliest Armenian families to settle in burgeoning Glendale, California, arriving in 1911. Paul's grandfather even built his house on the same street as the post office to be named after his grandson nearly a century later. From humble beginnings, Paul served his nation bravely as an ordnance officer during World War II and rose to become the highest-ranking Armenian American in the U.S. government to this day, serving as the 59th U.S. Secretary of the Navy under President Lyndon B. Johnson. This remarkable journey from the son of immigrants to a high-ranking presidential appointee is a path only possible here, a dream that is uniquely American. Following his distinguished military service, Paul continued to serve the public in various capacities. He graduated from Harvard Business School and began working with the Department of Defense, where he held several key positions in both the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, helping modernize our procurement process. His tenure as Secretary of the Navy was characterized by significant contributions to the modernization of the Navy and a steadfast dedication to the well-being of our servicemen and women. His leadership during a challenging era for our nation left an indelible mark on our naval forces. Throughout his life, Paul remained true to his values and deeply optimistic about our future. His work ethic, his intellect, his integrity earned him the trust and admiration of his colleagues and the communities that he served. Paul likes to say that when he joined the Pentagon, nobody asked him what party he belonged to. Public service was something that went beyond partisan politics and reflected Paul's genuine and deep love of his community and country. In Glendale, he has been a pillar of the community, a mentor and a source of inspiration for many, especially those in the Armenian community, whom he has encouraged to follow him into public service. His commitment to education, civic engagement, and cultural preservation has proudly impacted the Armenian American community and the broader public. He has worked to promote understanding, tolerance, and unity, reflecting the values that make our community strong and vibrant. Paul's efforts in cultural preservation and education are particularly noteworthy. He has been instrumental in supporting initiatives that educate future generations about Armenian heritage and history, ensuring that the legacy of resilience and perseverance is not forgotten. Cognizant of his own upbringing as one of the first generations of Armenian Americans bridging cultures and starting new ones. His work has helped to create a bridge between the past and the present, fostering a sense of identity and pride in the community. As a young man, Paul worked as a seasonal clerk at the Glendale Post Office while attending college. His son recalls Paul's stories of madly sorting letters before Christmas. His fitting beginning at the post office makes the renaming of this institution in his honor all the more meaningful. It is a tribute to a man who has come full circle from his early days of hard work and dedication to becoming a distinguished leader and advocate for his community and the country. Renaming this post office after Paul Ignatius is more than a symbolic gesture. It is a recognition of a life devoted to service, community, and the greater good. It is a small tribute to a man who has exemplified the highest ideals of public service and whose contributions have had a lasting impact on our nation as it has on Glendale. Paul Ignatius' name on this post office will serve as a constant reminder of the values he represented throughout his career and to this day: courage, leadership, and an unwavering commitment to the safety, defense, and betterment of America and American society. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And we urge the passage of H.R. 1687. I want to thank the gentleman from California for his moving remarks, and we will yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a great American leader. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1687? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection to motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman
The gentleman will suspend. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, you have a bill for which recognized.
H.R. 5034. Madam Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5034.
Are we good? All right. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5034, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2119 Market Square in Christiansted, St. Croix, United States Virgin Islands as the Lieutenant General Samuel E. Everson Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand here today to support this bill, which would name a post office in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands for Lieutenant General Samuel E. Everson. Mr. Everson is a native of St. Croix who has had a distinguished career in the military, business, community, and public service. In 1997, Mr. Everson retired from the U.S. Army as a 3-star general. Throughout his time in the Army, he held a variety of key command and staff positions. Mr. Everson received 8 awards, including the Legion of Merit, 2 Bronze Stars, and was elected to the Reserve Officer Training Corps Hall of Fame. He's also been active in the business community. I support naming a post office to recognize Mr. Everson's service to this nation, and I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume, and I rise in very strong support of H.R. 5034, and I'm delighted to yield to the gentlelady from the U.S. Virgin Islands, Congresswoman Plaskett, for any remarks she may have for a 5-minute period.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of H.R. 5034, a bill to designate the United States Post Office located at 2119 Market Square in Christiansted, St. Croix, as the Lieutenant General Samuel E. Everson Post Office. Lieutenant General Samuel E. Everson, a native of St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, has led a distinguished career in military, business, community, and public service. Throughout his tenure, General Everson held numerous key command and staff positions, demonstrating exceptional leadership and dedication. From his role as operations officer at the 7th Infantry Division in California to commanding the 1st Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, and the 6th Infantry Division, his impact has been profound. Notably, he led the Department of Defense Joint Task Force during the rescue and recovery operations following Hurricane Andrew in South Florida, showcasing his unwavering commitment to service. His illustrious military career culminated in his retirement as a 3-star general in January of 1997. As a young man at City College, Lieutenant General Everson became great friends with former Secretary of State Colin Powell, who became his professional mentor. As two Caribbean men in New York, they became fast friends and supported each other's military careers. General Everson had the honor of being one of few people who spoke at the funeral services of Secretary Powell. By passing this bill, we recognize the significant contributions of a remarkable Virgin Islander whose life and career exemplified the very best of what it means to serve both in uniform and in civilian life. We also acknowledge the sacrifices and achievements of Lieutenant General Everson and affirm our commitment to honoring those who have served with distinction. Virgin Islanders have served this country in military service at its inception, even before we were a part of the United States, in every conflict, from Alexander Hamilton as aide-de-camp to General George Washington, to scores of young men who volunteered in World War II and then served in Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, and today. Virgin Islanders have gladly answered the call in greater numbers per capita than elsewhere on the mainland. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 5034 and ensure that the legacy of Lieutenant General Samuel E. Everson as an example of the service of men and women is forever preserved through the naming of the Market Square Post Office in St. Croix in the town of Christiansted, where he grew up, as the Lieutenant General Samuel E. Everson Post Office. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
We urge the passage of H.R. 5034. I want to thank the very distinguished gentlelady from Virgin Islands for her very moving remarks, and I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring an American leader. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5034? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I move the House, Madam Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6983.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6983, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 15 South Valdosta Road in Lakeland, Georgia, as the Nell, Patton, Rockmore Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, my good friend, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6983, a bipartisan resolution to rename the United States Post Office in Lakeland, Georgia, the Nell, Patton, Rockmore Post Office, after my late constituent and former Lakeland postmaster, Nell Patton Rockmore. Miss Nell Patton Rockmore was a model public servant and an active member of her community. Her unwavering commitment to the people of Lanier County was evident in her involvement in numerous local initiatives and organizations. Renaming the post office in honor of Miss Rockmore is a small way to commemorate her legacy in Lanier County, where again she served as the postmaster. I'm proud to have all 13 members of the Georgia delegation co-sponsor this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to pass this legislation today. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume. I rise in support of H.R. 6983. I thank the distinguished gentleman from Georgia for introducing it. The dedicated public servant and community member Nell Patton Rockmore was born and raised in Lakeland. She heralded the titles of Lakeland Postmaster, Mayor Pro Tem, and Secretary Generals at the Moody Air Force Base, and she was also a school teacher. So I encourage my colleagues to join me in appropriately honoring the life of Ms. Rockmore by naming the post office in Lakeland, Georgia after her, and we will yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support the bill honoring this dedicated public servant. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6983? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6073.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6073, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 9925 Bustleton Avenue in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as the Sergeant Christopher David Fitzgerald Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Philadelphia for Sergeant Christopher David Fitzgerald. The Temple University police officer was killed in the line of duty in North Philadelphia in February of 2023. Officer Fitzgerald was a native of Philadelphia who enrolled in the Philadelphia Police Academy in 2017 and went on to serve the Philadelphia Housing Authority and the Sheriff's Department. In 2021, he brought his service to Temple University and was recognized a year later as the Officer of the Year for his work protecting the Temple community. I support naming a post office in the memory of Officer Fitzgerald and encourage my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume, and I rise in very strong support of H.R. 6073. I'd be delighted at this point to yield to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Congressman Boyle, 3 minutes for any remarks he might choose to make.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My bill, H.R. 6073, honors the life of Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald, a constituent who was tragically killed in the line of duty February 19, 2023. My bill designates the postal facility at 9925 Bustleton Avenue in Philadelphia as the Sergeant Christopher David Fitzgerald Post Office Building. Sergeant Fitzgerald began his service at Temple University as a police officer in October 2021. Before that, he served with the Philadelphia County Sheriff's Office for 2.5 years. He had also served with the Sugar Land Police Department in Texas and as a Lehigh County Corrections Officer. Sergeant Fitzgerald dedicated his life to working in law enforcement and protecting the people of Philadelphia. He was a valued member of the Temple University community and was passionate about serving our city. He was also a dedicated father, husband, son, brother, and devout Philadelphia sports fan. He is survived by his wife, Marissa, and their 4 children, Giselle, Julian, Armani, and Autumn, as well as his mother, father, sister, and brother. Sergeant Fitzgerald's commitment to serving the public was absolute, and he took great pride in his work protecting the Temple University community and the city of Philadelphia. His conduct and his life, frankly, provide an extraordinary example of a life served in commitment to service to others. The post office will serve as a small but important symbol of our eternal thanks. When people walk by the post office on Bustleton Avenue, they will be reminded of the ultimate sacrifice Sergeant Fitzgerald gave to our city. While nothing can ever undo this horrible tragedy, I hope with these small but meaningful acts, we are able to honor one of the most selfless members of our community who gave his life to protect our city and honor the family he left behind. I strongly urge all of my colleagues to support this bill to honor a fallen hero, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
So we urge everyone to support H.R. 6073. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania for his thoughtful remarks. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a local American leader and public servant. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6073? I stand in correction. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 6750.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6750, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 501 Mercer Street Southwest in Wilson, North Carolina, as the Milton F. Fitch Senior Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Wilson, North Carolina for veteran Milton Finch Sr. Mr. Fitch served in the U.S. Army for nearly 5 years during World War II. He earned several medals and 3 battle stars and contributed to the success of the Red Ball Express, a convoy system that delivered supplies to Allied troops on the European war front. After the war, Mr. Fitch's journey of resilience and determination continued. He became the first African-American letter carrier in the city of Wilson, North Carolina since Reconstruction, a significant achievement. I support naming the post office in memory of Milton Fitch Sr., and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll yield to myself such time as I might consume. I rise in very strong support of H.R. 6750, and I am delighted to yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman Davis, 3 minutes for any remarks he may choose to make.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Ranking Member Raskin and Chair Grothman. It is my honor to rise in support of H.R. 6750, which designates the United States Postal Service facility at 501 Mercer Street, Southwest in Wilson, North Carolina, as the Milton F. Fitch Sr. Post Office Building. Milton F. Fitch Sr. is an important figure in the history of Eastern North Carolina. During Mr. Fitch's time of bravely serving us in the United States Army during World War II, he earned several medals and 3 battle stars. He distinguished himself by contributing to the success of the Red Ball Express, a massive convoy system that delivered crucial supplies to Allied troops on the war front in Europe. After serving his country, he settled in Wilson, North Carolina, where he became the town's first African-American letter carrier since Reconstruction. But Milton F. Fitch Sr. was more than just that. He made significant contributions to the Wilson community through his involvement in social, fraternal, and civic organizations. His commitment to advocating for Eastern North Carolina and the state was truly commendable. After a long life dedicated to his community, Mr. Fitch passed on November 2nd, 1995. I'm proud to honor Milton F. Fitch Sr.'s achievements alongside the entire North Carolina House of Representatives delegation. Just as a post office is an essential part of a community, Wilson deserves to have their post office named after Milton F. Fitch Sr., an outstanding citizen who had a profound impact on Eastern North Carolina and our state. Together, we can ensure that Milton F. Fitch Sr.'s legacy continues to inspire our community for generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers and I'm also prepared to close.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. We urge unanimous adoption of H.R. 6750. I thank the gentleman from North Carolina for his very eloquent remarks, and I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a great American war veteran and local public servant. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6750? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1555.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1555, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2300 Sylvan Avenue in Modesto, California, as the Corporal Michael D. Anderson, Jr. Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock. I'll ask for 6 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to present H.R. 1555 for consideration today. This measure names the post office in Modesto, California, in honor and memory of Corporal Michael D. Anderson, Jr. This bill has the unanimous support of the Modesto City Council, the Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors, the entire California congressional delegation, and the House Oversight Committee. You know, there are those who scoff at post office naming bills like this, but such smug critics simply either don't appreciate or don't understand the sacrifices that these bills recognize and the heroism behind the events that give rise to them. Let me tell you a little bit about the young man that this bill honors today. Mike Anderson was a kid who grew up in Modesto, a farm town in California's Central Valley. It's always maintained the values and traditions of Middle America, and Mike reflected that in every way. He loved skateboarding, snowboarding, and motorcycles. He loved tinkering with cars and going camping. But most importantly, he loved his family, his friends, and above all, his country. As he graduated from Johannesson High School, he could look forward to a long and happy lifetime ahead of him. But in September of that year, America was attacked. And without hesitation, he stepped forward to defend his country and all that it stands for, the simple freedoms and uniquely American values that produce model towns like Modesto and model citizens like Mike Anderson. He enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, where he quickly distinguished himself. He became a member of the Fleet Anti-Terrorism Security Teams, or FAST Company, an elite Marine Corps team designed to fight terror around the world. In that capacity, he received a letter of commendation from the U.S. Ambassador James Foley for defending the U.S. Embassy during riots that were directed at it. In September 2004, Corporal Anderson deployed to Iraq to participate in Operation Iraqi Freedom, where he was assigned to the 3rd Battalion, 5th Marine Regiment, 1st Marine Division of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. The Modesto community rallied around Mike. They raised money to ensure that he had the best equipment available, including 3 different sets of protective goggles. But 11 days before Christmas, on December 14th, 2004, Corporal Anderson was leading Marines and Iraqi soldiers in urban clearing operations of the insurgent-occupied buildings in the city of Fallujah. He was the first into a stronghold, and there he was tragically killed in action. He was 21 years old. Corporal Anderson had been scheduled to leave Iraq just a few months later and return to his family, where they'd already planned a joyous family reunion and vacation. Corporal Anderson showed tremendous bravery and incredible courage throughout his service, and especially on that day, his last day in Fallujah. And it's reflected in his military decorations, including 2 Purple Hearts, the Marine Corps Achievement Medal with the V attachment for valor, as well as the Combat Action Ribbon. What stands out the most in the memories of his comrades in arms was his self-sacrifice and concern for the Marines in his squad. His father remembers he was more worried about telling me about one of the guys in his unit first. Before telling me about what happened to him, he felt that since he was a squad leader, he had to take care of his men first. James Michener's haunting question echoes on such exploits. Where do we get such men? Well, we get them from little towns like Modesto. We get them from loving families like the Andersons. Decent young men and women with promising futures who are willing to leave the safety and comfort of hearth and home when their country needs them, and to step into harm's way to protect their families, their neighbors, their countrymen, and above all, the cause of freedom. A more important question is, what would we do without them? A few feet from here in the Capitol Rotunda is a fresco called The Apotheosis of Washington. It depicts General Washington in uniform ascending to the heavens, flanked by victory and freedom, and surrounded by the essence and fruits of a free nation. And in that depiction, Washington beckons. And from little towns like Modesto, California, decent young men and women with happy lives and promising futures, like Mike Anderson Jr., have answered his call. And I don't know how their families can bear it, but I do know what we owe them. And I do know that we can never repay that debt, except to honor their memory and keep their sacrifice always in mind. And that's what bills like this are all about, to honor and remember those among us who gave up everything to proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. Madam Speaker, the people of Modesto, California, and the family of Corporal Anderson, his parents, Angie and Michael Sr., as well as his two little sisters, Callie and Allie, and a grateful nation, asked that the post office of his hometown be named to honor and memorialize the life, service, patriotism, heroism, and ultimate sacrifice of Corporal Michael D. Anderson, Jr., United States Marine Corps. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in very strong support of H.R. 1555. Thank the gentleman from California for his thoughtful remarks. Michael Anderson grew up in Modesto and enlisted in the Marine Corps in 2001. Corporal Anderson deployed to Iraq in September 2004, and he fought in the Second Battle of Fallujah. On December 14, 2003, he was killed in action while leading an operation clearing insurgent-occupied buildings. I encourage all of our colleagues to join us in honoring the life of Corporal Anderson by naming a post office in Modesto after him, and we will yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring an American war hero and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1555? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1823.
The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 1823, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 207 East Fort Dade Avenue in Brookville, Florida, as the Specialist Justin Dean Coleman Memorial Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilrakis.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1823, legislation to designate the East Fort Dade Avenue in Brooksville, Florida, as the Specialist Justin Dean Coleman Memorial Post Office Building. I never had the chance to meet Army Specialist Coleman, but after hearing from his family and advocating for this particular piece of legislation with my colleagues and vowing to honor his memory, I certainly wish I had. A native of Tampa Bay, Justin attended the Nature Coast Technical High School in Hernando County. Upon graduation, he felt called to service and enlisted in the Army in June of 2007. He was assigned to the 1st Battalion, 32nd Infantry Regiment, part of the 10th Mountain Division. While serving during Operation Enduring Freedom, he is expected 96-hour mission to retake Barge Matal from Taliban turned into his 60-day mission, Mr. Speaker. Justin and his platoon searched for Taliban combatants in a house-to-house sweep through a local village. Sadly, during those sweeps, Specialist Justin Dean Coleman was shot and killed while maintaining a security patrol for his platoon. Due to Specialist Coleman's sacrifice, his platoon was able to identify the enemy, successfully counterattack, a counterattack, and this resulted in no other soldiers dying that particular day. A true hero, Mr. Speaker. Specialist Coleman made the ultimate sacrifice, earned the Bronze Star, and will forever be remembered for his bravery. Clearly, Specialist Justin Dean Coleman is a hero who deserves having the Brooksville, Florida post office named in his honor. Lastly, I want to recognize the tireless advocacy of Justin's father, Dean Coleman. For many years, Dean has been on a crusade to honor his son with this recognition. He has been a tireless advocate for his son's memory. May his son's memory be eternal. As Dean's new federal representative, I'm glad we are here today to move this dream forward. And I will not stop advocating for Justin Coleman and the entire Coleman family until this bill is signed into law. Let's honor this American hero by passing H.R. 1823. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as it might consume. I rise in support of H.R. 1823. On July 24, 2009, during his first tour of duty with the U.S. Army, Specialist Justin Dean Coleman of Hernando County, Florida, was killed in action while patrolling a residential area of Nuristan province in Afghanistan. He was only 21. He earned the Bronze Star for his actions that day and will forever be remembered for his bravery and his valor. I encourage my colleagues to honor the ultimate sacrifice that he made by joining us in honoring the life of Mr. Coleman and naming a post office in Brooksville, Florida after him. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a great American war hero. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 1823? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7180.
The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7180, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 80 First Street in Kingsland, Arkansas, as the Kingsland Johnny Cash Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas, my good friend, Mr. Westerman.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on behalf of my bill, H.R. 7180, to designate the post office in Kingsland, Arkansas, in honor of legendary musician Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash's music has touched the hearts of millions, transcending generations and genres. Many people know and are fans of Johnny Cash, but some do not know he was born in South Arkansas, a place that holds a significant part of his story. The Country Music Hall of Famer, a true son of Arkansas, was born in Kingsland, Arkansas on February 26, 1932. From these humble beginnings, Johnny Cash went on to work in cotton fields in northeast Arkansas, where he listened to local channels on his battery-operated radio and developed his great love for music. His journey began with performing in high school assemblies and on KLCN, a local Arkansas classic radio station. Following 4 years in Germany with the U.S. Air Force, where he wrote his hit classics Folsom Prison Blues and Hey Porter, Johnny settled in Memphis to pursue his music career, but never forgot where he came from. Johnny Cash and the entire Cash family's roots in the natural state run deep. So much so, the Arkansas delegation will be joined by members of the Cash family to unveil a statue of the music legend in the U.S. Capitol later this fall. The connection between the Cash family and Arkansas is so profound that Johnny and his wife June, son John, and all his then living siblings attended the Kingsland Post Office dedication in 1994. With nearly 3,000 people in attendance, Johnny and his family performed the song, Will the Circle Be Unbroken? Johnny closed by saying, "This has probably been the best day of my life. I love you and I love Kingsland." This incredible piece of history underscores the importance of honoring his connection to Arkansas. Today, 30 years after that dedication, I ask my colleagues to join me in designating the Kingsland Johnny Cash Post Office to enshrine in law the legacy Johnny Cash left behind through his service to his country, his iconic music, and the deep impact he and his family have had on the natural state. I want to thank Chairman Comer for helping advance this bill through committee and say thank you to Kingsland Mayor Sharon Crosby, Cleveland County Judge Jimmy Cummings, and Arkansas State Senator Ben Gilmore for working with my office to properly highlight Johnny Cash's birthplace. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume, and I rise in very strong support of H.R. 7180. Johnny Cash was born in Kingsland, Arkansas. He spent his early years working with his family on a farm. In 1950, he joined the Air Force and found time while stationed in Landsberg, West Germany, to learn the guitar, to begin writing songs, and to perform in live shows. When he was discharged in 1954, he began his extraordinary and dazzling career in music, including releasing his debut album in 1957. He ended up with 2 Grammy Awards, published a best-selling autobiography, and was the youngest living person inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame, and inspired many generations of musicians of all different genres. I encourage all of our colleagues to join us in honoring the life of the great Johnny Cash by naming a post office in Kingsland, Arkansas after him, and I yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a great American music legend. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7180? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7199.
The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 7199, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at South 74W 16860 Janesville Road in Muskego, Wisconsin as the Colonel Heg Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Wisconsin. I'm going to call him Senator Fitzgerald. Congressman Fitzgerald.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The other gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7199. This bill, which is supported by the entire Wisconsin House delegation, designates the U.S. Post Office located on Janesville Road in Muskego, Wisconsin, as the Colonel Heg Post Office. Colonel Heg is nothing short of remarkable In 1840, Colonel Heg immigrated to Wisconsin from Norway, and at just 10 years old, he quickly learned English and became a trail guide for settlers traveling throughout the region. Fast forward to 1859, Colonel Heg became the first Norwegian American anywhere to be elected to a state office when he was elected prison commissioner and warden of the state prison in Waupun, Wisconsin. Just a couple of years later, he was appointed colonel of the 15th Wisconsin Infantry, where he traveled throughout the Midwest recruiting Scandinavians to serve in the Civil War. Colonel Heg and his men went on to win a major battle for the control of the Mississippi River at Island Number 10. During that war, they were given the honor of raising a flag by the battle commander, Flag Officer Andrew Foote. On September 20th, 1863, at the Battle of Chickamauga in Georgia, the 33-year-old colonel was shot and killed in action while serving the Union. After the war, veterans raised funds to erect a cannonball pyramid in the National Military Park dedicated to Colonel Hans Christian Heg. 60 years after the war, the Wisconsin community rallied together to raise funds to erect a statue in honor of him, of Hans Christian Heg, in Madison. And 157 years after the war, the community and his descendants gathered to rededicate a statue. Colonel Heg was an institution in his community, state, and country, and was a treasure to his family, friends, and those who served with him. It is an incredible privilege to honor Colonel Heg and to show his many descendants that he lives on as a legend both in Wisconsin and nationally. Today, I want to thank Chairman Coleman for his support on this bill. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself such time as I might consume. I rise in very strong support of H.R. 7199, which recognizes Hans Christian Heg, a Norwegian immigrant of Muskego, Wisconsin, who fought for the Union as colonel of the 15th Wisconsin Infantry in the Civil War against the Confederate secessionists. Colonel Heg was a staunch abolitionist and pro-Union crusader who led a brave effort to protect enslaved African Americans from being tracked down by militia groups and forced back to their enslavers. Colonel Heg was the highest-ranking officer from the state of Wisconsin killed in action during the Civil War. I encourage all of our colleagues to join us in honoring the life of this great American hero by naming a post office in Muskego, Wisconsin, after Colonel Heg. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 7199 to designate the post office on Janesville Road in Muskego, Wisconsin, the Colonel Hans Christian Heg Post Office. Colonel Heg has deep roots in both the 5th District and the 1st District of Wisconsin. The Muskego settlement straddles the line between Waukesha County and Racine County. As we know, Colonel Hans Christian Heg would ultimately lose his life in the Battle of Chickamauga. Colonel Hans Christian Heg was an immigrant who moved to the United States and signed up to serve the Union in the Civil War. He was a devout abolitionist, opposed to slavery, who would ultimately give his life in defense of our nation. 2 statues were built to honor Colonel Hans Christian Heg. One was located in the town of Norway in Racine County, the other in front of the Wisconsin state capitol. In June of 2020, in the summer of 2020, a group of rioters would tear down that statue outside the Wisconsin state capitol. They would take the head off the statue, they would carry it into the lake, and the ignorance of those rioters should not be lost on us today. They tore down the statue of an abolitionist who gave his life preserving the Union and fighting against slavery. And so by naming the post office in Muskego, Wisconsin, after Colonel Hans Christian Heg, it's a statement against the vandalism we saw in the summer of 2020, but it's also a way to recognize and remember the heroic bravery of Colonel Hans Christian Heg. This bill will serve his legacy and will serve to remind all of us in Wisconsin the sacrifice that he made on behalf of our country. I encourage all of my colleagues to support H.R. 7199. and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman is recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to make a little statement as well here, kind of following up on what Mr. Stiles says. For those of us who are familiar with the Wisconsin State Capitol, the statue of Christian Heg is just an institution in the state of Wisconsin. It was horrific, and it shows kind of the ignorance of the hard left in this country. But about 4 years ago, there was a riot, and they tore down the statue of Christian Heg. Hopefully, this will serve to even bring more fame to his great deeds and fame to the great Americans who fought during the Civil War. But in any event, I'm very pleased that Congressman Fitzgerald has decided to bring forth this bill. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill, honoring a true American war hero. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7199? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5712.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5712, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 220 Fremont Street in Kiel, Wisconsin as the Trooper Trevor J. Casper Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 5712. This is for a true American hero. A bill to designate the post office in Kiel, Wisconsin after Wisconsin State Trooper Trevor Casper. Trevor Casper is a shining example of dedication and service, and sadly, 9 years ago, joined a growing list of men and women in law enforcement who risked their lives to keep Wisconsin's streets safer. Trevor was born in Sheboygan, Wisconsin on May 21st, 1993, to Kevin and Deborah. He graduated from Kiel, Wisconsin, with the class of 2011, where he was active in wrestling, soccer, and coaching youth sports. After high school, Trevor pursued a degree in criminal justice at the Lakeshore Technical College, graduating in May of 2014. During his time there, he was actively engaged in the Color Guard and served as the president of the LTC student government. It was clear Trevor was not just interested in a career, but was passionate about making a difference in his community. Trevor's dream was to continue his education at the State Patrol Academy, which he did, successfully graduating in December 18, 2014. Following his graduation, Trooper Casper was stationed at the State Trooper Base in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, where he continued to serve his community with honor and dedication. Tragically, on his first solo assignment, he made the ultimate sacrifice. On March 24, 2015, he was shot in Fond du Lac while apprehending a bank robbery and murder suspect. Though gravely wounded, Trooper Casper returned fire at the suspect, killing him and protecting those nearby from possible harm. Trooper Casper's bravery in the face of danger, his commitment to the upholding of law, and his willingness to protect our community were unwavering. Trooper Casper is a true hero, the best America has to offer. He deserves to be remembered and honored for his selfless service. His actions will always serve as a reminder to values that he was raised in the Casper family, and the training he received through the Wisconsin State Patrol. Renaming the Kiel Post Office in his honor is a small but meaningful gesture to ensure that his legacy lives on in our hearts and the very fabric of our community. I ask my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume, and I rise in support of H.R. 5712. After graduating high school, Trevor Casper pursued a degree in criminal justice from Lakeshore Technical College and graduated from the State Patrol Academy December 18, 2014. He was stationed at the Fond du Lac State Trooper Base when he was tragically killed in the line of duty March 24, 2015. I encourage all of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in honoring the life of Mr. Casper by naming a post office in Kiel after him. And I yield back the balance of my time.
From Wisconsin is recognized.
Just a great man. I also have no further speakers, though, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized. The question is, will the House suspend? Or the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Again, a great man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I strongly encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a great American hero. I look forward to the day where we put his name on the Kiel Post Office. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5712? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7606.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7606, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 1087 Route 47 South in Rio Grande, New Jersey as the Carlton H. Hand Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. There's a lot you could say about this man. He is truly emblematic and represents what we call the greatest generation. Those men and women from World War II who stood up for us, who fought for us, who built so much of this country in so many ways. Carlton Hand was a representative of that, somebody who was willing to go to war to stand up for freedom all around the world. Our men and women in the United States of America have bled their lives out, have sacrificed their lives all across the globe, and we saved Europe. And it was because of individuals like him in Italy, who at every level fought so hard, saved lives, endangered his life over and over and over again in order to ensure that we prevailed and had victory. He took down German soldiers. He retrieved live hand grenades. So many stories you could tell about him. The bottom line is there are too many medals for me to repeat here. The Silver Star, among many, many others. He was a great man. And his family still lives, much of it, right in South Jersey in one of my many counties that I cover called Cape May County. We're proud of him. We're proud of what he represents. We're proud of the sacrifices he made. He is truly a great American, and it will be great to see this post office named after this individual hero. I yield back.
The gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield myself such time as I might consume, and I rise in strong support of H.R. 7606. First Lieutenant Carlton Hand was born October 14, 1917, and enlisted in the U.S. Army. He served as a technical sergeant and acted heroically in combat efforts against the Nazis. Lieutenant Hand received numerous medals and awards, including 2 World War II battle stars and a Purple Heart for his dedicated and passionate service to America and to the free world. I encourage my colleagues to join us in honoring the life of Lieutenant Hand by naming this post office in Rio Grande, New Jersey, after him. It's hard to think of a more fitting way to name this post office, and we yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a great American war hero from the greatest generation whose actions serve as a lasting inspiration to all of us who value freedom and courage. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7606? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7607.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7607, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at Block 1025, lots 18 and 19, northeast corner of U.S. Route 9 South and Main Street and Township of Middle, County of Cape May, New Jersey, as the George Henry White Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I thank you. Dr. White, I find it difficult to find someone who is more appropriate in what is the naming of this post office. He's a great man. Under really difficult and trying circumstances, he became a physician. And he took care of so many people in that role as well. But it wasn't just enough for him to succeed and become a physician. He also decided that he wanted to get involved in banking and help people, especially African Americans at the time, to be successful, to have successful businesses, to be able to move forward, to be able to compete. And he wanted to teach them, and did, on how to bank and be part of what was the banking administration and services. But that still wasn't enough for him. He founded a town in the great state of New Jersey, in the southern part of the state, known as Whitesboro. The entire town, is named after him because of the good work that he did and because of what he accomplished. And that town today is a successful, thriving town, part of the township of Middle in Cape May County, New Jersey. It still wasn't enough for Dr. White, and he became a member of Congress and, in fact, was the last African American member of Congress until the mid-20th century. When you think of somebody that represents American exceptionalism and Americanism, someone who was willing to work so hard to make sure that he could continue to be a role model for what he wanted to achieve and what he wanted to do, not for himself, but for the community, for everyone, regardless of whomever they were and wherever they came from. He was a great man. It is time that this post office be named after him, to be part of the town that is named after him. It is only appropriate. He is worthy, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume. I rise in support of H.R. 7607, renaming a post office in Cape May County, New Jersey, after a dedicated public servant, George Henry White, who served as one of the last African-American congressmen in the Reconstruction era from 1897 to 1901, before the so-called redemption took place and a series of racist white supremacist laws were passed wiping out the black vote. But White is recognized locally for his contributions in establishing the town of Whitesboro. He was an early member of the NAACP, a civil rights activist, an educator, a lawyer, and a banker. I encourage my colleagues to join us in honoring the life of Dr. White and his important service by naming a post office in the county of Cape May, New Jersey, after him. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I also have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill, and this bill honoring a great American and a great public servant. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7607? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7417.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7417, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 135 West Spring Street in Titusville, Pennsylvania, as the Edwin L. Drake Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly.
I thank the gentleman. This bill would designate the post office facility located at 135 West Spring Street in Titusville, Pennsylvania, as the Edwin Drake Post Office Building. Born March 29th in 1819, Edwin Drake was the first person to successfully drill for oil in the United States. Now, Drake was sent to Titusville on behalf of the Pennsylvania Rock Oil Company, where oil had been gathering from ground level seepages. They said there must be a way to somehow get to more volume. The answer was send Drake. In an attempt to lure local Titusville businesses into investing, the executives sent letters to local businessmen and referred to Drake as Colonel Drake. Now, in July of 1858, he journeyed to Titusville to begin, but struggled for nearly a year until he invented the drive pipe. He continued his attempts with many setbacks and refusal from the oil company to provide any more investment. Now, despite many of these failed attempts and the shortage of money, he persisted in his efforts, leading some of the locals and executives to begin calling him Crazy Drake. But finally, on August 27th of 1859, he found success in extracting oil, which was 70 feet beneath the Earth's surface. It had never been done before. Quickly, his well began to produce between 20 and 40 barrels a day, and they ended up using all the whiskey barrels in Titusville to put the oil in. Now, this immediately launched Pennsylvania oil rush, sparking a massive economic boom in western Pennsylvania. Drake's discovery changed the economies beyond western Pennsylvania and across the world. Titusville quickly became a boomtown, and oil wells popped up all over the place. It is reported that these wells produced up to 4,500 barrels in just the first year. By 1866, the population of Titusville had risen to over 10,000 residents, compared to just 250 people when Drake first arrived. By 1873, Pennsylvania was producing 10 million barrels of oil per year, an incredible amount that nobody could have possibly imagined. Drake would dig 2 other wells in the months following his invention, but he left the industry the next year due to his declining health, and he became a justice of the peace in 1860. Unfortunately, Drake never patented his invention, and he lost most of his savings in the stock market in the following years. Pennsylvania, though, would never be the same as people rushed to the Commonwealth, much like the gold rush in California. Now, Drake passed away in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania on November 9th, 1880, at just 61 years old. And he was moved to Titusville, where he remains today. The original tools are on display in Titusville at the Drake Well Museum on the same site of his initial discovery. Oil continues to be a massive industry in Pennsylvania and across our country. By naming a post office after him in Titusville, this would be a small step in recognizing the man who made it all possible. I urge my colleagues to support this bill to recognize Edwin Drake's contribution to the country by naming the post office facility in Titusville after him. Drake died broke. He had nothing. But he created an industry in America, in Pennsylvania, that has continued to flourish. I would urge my colleagues to please support the naming of the post office for Edwin Drake, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield myself such time as I might consume. I'm rising in support of H.R. 7417. Edwin Drake, as we just heard, was born in New York and lived for a short period in New Haven, Connecticut, until he moved to Pennsylvania to develop a site and drill for oil. His efforts to strike an oil deposit in Titusville on August 27, 1859, helped create an oil rush and economic boom in Pennsylvania. Remembered as the first person to successfully drill for oil in the United States, he passed away in Bethlehem in 1880. I encourage my colleagues to join all of us in honoring the life of Mr. Drake by naming a post office in Titusville after him. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
No further speakers and prepare to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
I encourage my House, that was a great story. Glad I had to be on the floor today to hear it. I encourage my House colleagues to support the bill honoring a great American. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7417? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6810.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6810, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 518 North Ridgewood Drive in Sebring, Florida, as the U.S. Army Air Corps Major Thomas B. Maguire Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Go ahead. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Franklin.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 6810, to rename a post office in Sebring, Florida, in honor of Major Thomas Maguire, a distinguished and decorated combat pilot killed in action during World War II. Maguire graduated from Sebring High School in my district and attended the Georgia Institute of Technology. There, he studied aeronautical engineering, played in the marching band, and joined the ROTC Corps of Cadets. Answering the call to serve his country, Maguire left Georgia Tech after his 3rd year and entered the U.S. Army Air Corps Aviation Cadet Program in 1941. Major Maguire became a top-scoring combat pilot with a total of 38 enemy planes destroyed, an ace 7 times over. On January 7, 1945, Maguire led a group of 4 P-38 Lightnings on a fighter sweep in the central Philippines. In an attempt to save another pilot's life who was under attack, Major Maguire risked an extremely hazardous maneuver at low altitude. Tragically, he crashed and was reported missing in action. In 1947, Maguire was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for his heroic actions to save his wingman's life. 2 years later, Major Maguire was buried with full military honors at Arlington National Cemetery. With gallant initiative, unselfish regard for his own personal safety, and heroic determination to destroy the enemy at all costs, Major Maguire set an inspiring example in keeping with the highest traditions of the military service. Mr. Speaker, as a career naval aviator, he certainly inspires me. We are losing more and more of our greatest generation veterans like Major Maguire every day. It's my sincere hope this bill helps immortalize this American hero's legacy and honors his remarkable life and sacrifice. I encourage all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 6810. Thomas Maguire was born and raised in Sebring, Florida, and joined the U.S. Army Air Corps at 20. Major Maguire was known for his daring missions and record-breaking efforts as an aerial combat pilot in the Air Force. I encourage all of our colleagues to join us in honoring the life of Major Maguire by naming the post office in Sebring, Florida, after him. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a great American hero. I was glad to be on the floor today, so I had a chance to hear about his exploits. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6810? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5985.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5985, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 517 Seagaze Drive in Oceanside, California, as a Charlesetta Reese Allen Post Office building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill, which would rename a post office in Oceanside, California for Mrs. Charlesetta Reese Allen. Mrs. Allen opened the first black-owned storefront and restaurant in Oceanside and was the first president of the North San Diego County branch of the NAACP and founded the Oceanside Girls Club. She was a trailblazer for the black community in Oceanside, and her contributions improved the lives of residents of North County. I fully support naming the historic Oceanside Post Office after pioneer activist and local community leader Charlesetta Reese Allen. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in very strong support of H.R. 5985, and I'm yielding 3 minutes to my good friend and the gentleman from California, Congressman Levin, for any remarks he may choose to make.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 5985. This legislation, which I introduced last fall, would name the United States Post Office on Seagaze Drive in Oceanside after Charlesetta Reese Allen. In addition to being one of the first black residents of Oceanside, Miss Allen was a pioneer and community leader. She was a businesswoman, a church pastor, and founder of the Oceanside Girls Club. I can think of no better honor than to permanently recognize her in our community. Miss Allen was born in Texas in 1913 and came to Oceanside in the 1930s. Soon after moving to Oceanside, Charlesetta began engaging with her community. She started catering food for her neighbors out of her home and eventually opened the first black-owned storefront in Oceanside, a restaurant which served as a popular social gathering spot for residents who started to arrive during and after World War II. Throughout her time in Oceanside, Miss Allen was dedicated to feeding and caring for the Marines stationed at Camp Pendleton. She went on to found the Oceanside Girls Club, where she served as director. Recently, I had the privilege of sitting down with Eddie Parks, the nephew of Miss Allen and an Oceanside resident. He spoke very highly of his aunt, emphasizing her long-lasting impact on the Oceanside community and his gratitude for the opportunity to honor her. He's thrilled to see his aunt recognized in a space used by so many in our community. I'm touched by the deep ties that Miss Allen and her family have to Oceanside, and I'm honored to represent the community that still benefits from her legacy. If passed, this legislation will not only honor Miss Allen as an Oceanside resident and community leader, but it will also continue to display the commitment our community shares to honoring those who've done so much for us. As a community that serves and is served by Camp Pendleton, Oceanside holds this value in its DNA. Thank you to my fellow Californians who join me in support of this legislation. I urge the remainder of my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 5985 to name the Oceanside Seagaze Post Office after the remarkable Charlesetta Reese Allen, who dedicated her life fighting for equal justice and freedom in Oceanside and beyond. It's the least we can do to honor someone who did so much for our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
We'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I also have no further speakers and prepare to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized. Maryland.
We just want to urge passage of H.R. 5985. I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from California for his thoughtful remarks and yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill honoring a true pillar of the community who dedicated herself to advancing justice and freedom for all. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5985? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7893.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7893, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 306 Pickens Street in Marion, Alabama, as the Albert Turner Sr. Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the bill which would rename a post office in Marion, Alabama to Mr. Albert Turner Sr. Mr. Turner devoted his life to the civil rights movement and fought to ensure equal access to the ballot box for African Americans. He worked with prominent leaders such as Martin Luther King and served as the Alabama Field Secretary to the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and founder of the Perry County Civic League. He was instrumental in helping organize protests and boycotts in support of racial integration of public facilities and schools. I support naming a post office in memory of Mr. Turner and encourage my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm yielding myself such time as I might consume, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 7893, and I now yield to the very distinguished gentlelady from Alabama, Congresswoman Sewell, for any remarks she may choose to make for a period of 4 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7893, a bill to rename the Perry County Post Office in Marion, Alabama, after the late civil rights legend and former Perry County Commissioner Albert Turner Sr. Widely known as Martin Luther King Jr.'s point man in the Black Belt, Albert Turner Sr. played a pivotal role in the civil rights movement, helping to organize voter registration drives, protests, and work closely with civil rights leaders to advance voting rights and economic empowerment for African Americans. Albert Turner Sr. was one of the many foot soldiers who put his life on the line by marching across the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday in my hometown of Selma, Alabama, to ensure that Black Americans were afforded equal access to the ballot box. Albert Turner Sr. was a true champion for racial equality and justice in Perry County community. He co-founded the Perry County Civic League, which organized protests and boycotts for racial integration of schools and public facilities. His voter mobilization efforts inspired civil rights leaders and earned him the title of Field Secretary for the Alabama Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Even after the passage of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, Turner's commitment to the cause of Black advancement never wavered. He proudly led the Southwest Alabama's Farmers Cooperative Association to improve Black farmers' access to government loans and address the rising costs of agricultural machinery and supplies. He also served as a Perry County Commissioner for 4 terms, initiating and championing education, healthcare initiatives, and economic development for the poor and working class residents. Currently, his son, Albert Turner Jr., is serving as chairman of the Perry County Commission, carrying on his father's legacy, proud legacy of public service. The efforts of Albert Turner Sr. paved the way for the many of the freedoms that we as African Americans enjoy today. It is my hope that by renaming the Marion Post Office after him, we can ensure that his legacy lives on forever. I ask my House colleagues to join me and the entire Alabama delegation in voting in favor of H.R. 7893, renaming the post office in Marion, Alabama, the Albert Turner Sr. Post Office. May Albert Turner Sr. rest in peace and power, and his legacy of civil rights endure forever. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman reserves.
Yeah, I reserve.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a local public servant who worked to pursue freedom for all Americans. I yield back the balance of my time.
Chairman yields back.
And we have no further speakers. We urge the passage of H.R. 7893 and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7893? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
For about 15 seconds, so we can answer.
Sure. The chair will be patient.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7192.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7192, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 333 West Broadway in Anaheim, California, as the Dr. William I. Bill Cott Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in Anaheim, California, for Dr. William Bill Cott. Cott was a World War II veteran who, after the attack on Pearl Harbor, enlisted in the U.S. Army and was deployed in Europe as a sergeant in General George S. Patton's Third Army. He was one of the liberators of Buchenwald concentration camp. Among his other service members, he was awarded 2 Bronze Stars. Following his honorable discharge, Dr. Cott used his GI Bill to earn a dental degree and became a politically active member of the Republican Party, serving as chairman of the California Republican Assembly of Orange County and on several boards and commissions. In 2018, he had the distinct privilege of connecting with the family of one of the Buchenwald prisoners he had helped to liberate. In support of naming a post office in memory of Dr. Cott, I encourage my colleagues to vote for this fine bill.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in very strong support of H.R. 7192. I yield to the very distinguished gentleman from California, my friend Congressman Correa, 3 minutes for any remarks he may have.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7192 to designate Anaheim's post office as the Dr. Bill Cott Post Office. You often hear that actions speak louder than words. Dr. Cott is a perfect example. He was a son of Prussian immigrants, and Dr. Cott chose to enlist in the military, the U.S. Army, after the attack on Pearl Harbor. He showed bravery and guts as he walked across 3 countries to fight in the Battle of the Bulge, and then was one of the first responders to liberate the Buchenwald concentration camp. After fighting World War II, he returned home to Orange County, where he married his wife, Eleanor, and he decided to build a life with his wife in Anaheim, California. Through the GI Bill, he received an associate's degree and bachelor's degree, and was later accepted to the University of Southern California, where he earned his dental degree, and then at the University of the Pacific College of Physicians, he earned his dental degree and Master's of Science degree. Not done yet. At the age of 60, Dr. Cott returned to school, where he earned his medical degree at the UCI Medical School. He went on to provide dental services to our community till the age of 89. Dr. Cott, when not working or studying, was very active politically in Orange County. He served as the chairman of the California Republican Assembly of Orange County, and as a member of the Anaheim City Council, he also served as mayor pro tem. Dr. Cott, your service to Anaheim, to Orange County, and to your country will recognize and be remembered and celebrated for many decades to come. I ask my colleagues to support me in voting aye on H.R. 7192. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Gentleman yields.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a great American war hero. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Wisconsin yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we'll urge the passage of H.R. 7192, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7192? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1098.
Without objection. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1098, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 50 East Derry Road in East Derry, New Hampshire, as a Chief Edward B. Garon Post Office building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, which would name a post office in East Derry, New Hampshire, for Chief Edward Garon. Mr. Garon served as a law enforcement officer for 58 years, beginning in 1964. In 1972, Garon became chief of the Derry Police Department, a position he served until his death in 2022. Garon was also instrumental in the formation of the Southern New Hampshire Special Operations Unit and helped lead multiple local nonprofit organizations. I support naming a post office in memory of Chief Edward B. Garon and encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in very strong support of H.R. 1098. Delighted to yield to the gentleman from New Hampshire, Congressman Pappas, 2 minutes and 30 seconds for any remarks he may choose to have on this significant occasion.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill to name the East Derry Post Office in honor of Chief Edward B. Garon, who served with distinction as the Chief of Police in Derry, New Hampshire for 50 years. He first answered the call to service as a Marine and then as a law enforcement officer, first with the Lebanon Police Department, then in Derry, where after 8 years he was named Chief of Police in 1972. From that day until 2022, when he retired, the chief worked tirelessly to ensure the safety of citizens in his community and also the officers that he oversaw. Throughout those years, he's worked on projects focused on building a better, stronger community in Derry. That includes efforts to combat the opioid and addiction epidemic in Derry and throughout the state, as well as spearheading the formation of the Southern New Hampshire Special Operations Unit, the first regional special operations unit in New Hampshire. He passed away Tuesday, October 11th, 2022, at his home in Derry. I'm thinking of his friends and family, especially his wife Blanche, who was always by his side, as well as his children and grandchildren and all who served with him and knew him. The naming of this post office is one small way that we can continue to honor his legacy of leadership, professionalism, and excellence in service to the community. On behalf of my constituents in New Hampshire's 1st District, it's an honor to introduce this legislation to pay tribute to a man who embodied the very best of law enforcement and of the Granite State. I want to thank the chair and the ranking member for working together to bring this bill to the floor today, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill, honoring a great public servant, a real blessing for New Hampshire to have had him. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We urge the passage of H.R. 1098. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1098? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6651.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6651, a bill to designate the facility of United States Postal Service located at 603 West 3rd Street in Necedah, Wisconsin, as the Sergeant Kenneth E. Murphy Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials into the record on H.R. 3608 and H.R. 6651.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, my good friend, Mr. Tom Tiffany.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you for yielding the time, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6651 to rename the United States Post Office located at 603 3rd Street in Necedah, Wisconsin, after a very distinguished veteran, Sergeant Kenneth E. Murphy. Sergeant Murphy was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for his gallantry in Vietnam, as well as the Purple Heart. Sergeant Murphy was born and raised in Necedah and served in the United States Army during the Vietnam War. On November 9, 1966, while serving as a squad leader on a search and destroy mission in Tuy Hoa, he fearlessly ran through fire to help his fellow soldiers who were wounded. While he was wounded twice, once in the head, he continued to serve fearlessly, led his team to attack the enemy and break out of their trap, and finally overwhelm the insurgent force. Sergeant Murphy continues to reside in Necedah today. Wisconsin and our nation is grateful for his service and bravery. I yield back.
Yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 6651. Sergeant Murphy is a lifelong resident of Necedah, Wisconsin, and this legislation would rename a post office in Necedah after him. He served in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War. As squad leader, Sergeant Murphy assisted multiple wounded soldiers and led his fellow service members to overwhelm his adversaries on a search and destroy mission in November of 1966. He's the recipient of a Purple Heart and a Distinguished Service Cross for his valiant service. I encourage all our colleagues to join us in honoring the efforts of Sergeant Murphy by naming the post office in Necedah, Wisconsin after him, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my House colleagues to support this bill honoring a great American war hero and great Wisconsinite. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6651? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1215, and motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6983. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic vote will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion from the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1215 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 1215, resolution calling on elected officials and civil society leaders to join in efforts to educate the public on the contributions of the Jewish American community.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 371, the nays are 0. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House come to order. Shh. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. I have the honor to transmit herewith a copy of a letter received from Ms. Jana M. Lean, Chief, Elections Division, California Secretary of State, indicating that according to the unofficial results for the special election held on May 21, 2024, the Honorable Vince Fong was elected for Representative to Congress for the 20th Congressional District of California. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the gentleman from California, the Honorable Vince Fong, be permitted to take the oath of office today. His certificate of election has not arrived, but there is no contest and no question has been raised with regard to his election.
Without objection, will Representative-elect Fong and members of the California delegation present themselves in the well? All members will rise, and the representative-elect will please raise his right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, you're now a member of the 118th Congress. Without objection, the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate our newest member of the California delegation, Vince Fong. While he may have just arrived, Vince is joining our delegation after serving in the California State Assembly since 2016. He's also armed with the knowledge and invaluable insights learned from his time serving as a staff member in Kern County with legends like Bill Thomas and Kevin McCarthy. We have no doubt you will be just as successful as your mentors. On behalf of the entire delegation, let me again congratulate Vince, his wife Amanda, and the entire Fong family. I would now like to yield to the newly minted Congressman, Vince Fong.
Mr. Speaker, it is my great privilege to stand before you as the representative of the 20th District of the great state of California. I'm truly honored, humbled, and grateful to be given this opportunity by the voters to serve and be a strong voice for our region. And it is truly more special to have been sworn in with my family here in the gallery. I want to thank my wife, Amanda. I want to thank my wife, Amanda, for her love and support. I want to thank my parents, my mother-in-law, my sister, and all of our family for always being by my side. And a special acknowledgement to my niece, Evie, who is celebrating her 9th birthday with us today. And I also want to especially thank my mentor and friend, Speaker Kevin McCarthy. He has worked tirelessly for decades on behalf of the constituents of the Central Valley of California and our nation. In traveling the 20th Congressional District, listening to my neighbors, constituents, and friends throughout Fresno, Tulare, Kings, and Kern counties, I know that our concerns are very familiar with the concerns that all of you have heard. We must do more to find solutions and deliver results. We need to address the border crisis, stop the rising costs of everyday essentials that are squeezing family budgets, and work to keep our communities safe. We must strengthen our crumbling infrastructure, find long-term solutions to water and energy resources, especially out west, and create more career and educational opportunities. And we must support our military installations. I personally want to thank the men and women of Naval Air Weapons Station China Lake in the Indian Wells Valley, Naval Air Station Lemoore, we have Edwards Air Force Base in the Antelope Valley, and the Fresno Air National Guard for their service and sacrifice defending our great nation. I certainly anticipate passionate discourse that is expected of us. There are certainly no shortage of challenges facing our nation, my state of California, and my district. But this is also the moment where we together can make the most positive impact. I was born and raised in the Central Valley, the son of a local pharmacist who moved his family to Bakersfield, California for new opportunities, never imagining that one day he would witness his son speaking on the floor of the House of Representatives. Our region Our region is known for its grit, its perseverance, and its generosity, driven by faith, family, and patriotism. I am blessed to call it my home. In closing, I look forward to serving and working alongside all of you to address our nation's challenges and to ensure that the voice of the congressional district my neighbors have entrusted to me are heard every single day in these halls of Congress. We can tackle these challenges head on and leave a better and stronger America for future generations. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the chair announces to the House that in light of the administration of the oath, the gentleman from California, the whole number of the House is now 431. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6983, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6983, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 15 South Valdosta Road in Lakeland, Georgia, as the Nell Patton Rockmore Post Office.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 369, the nays are 2, with 2 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of a 38-year-old Minneapolis police officer, Jamal Mitchell, who was killed in the line of duty in Minneapolis on Thursday, May 30th, 2024. Officer Jamal Mitchell joined the Minneapolis Police Department in 2022. Those who knew Officer Mitchell saw him as a community leader, a change maker, and a peacemaker. Officer Mitchell showed up to work every day to help keep our community safe. His courageous efforts were apparent early on when he saved an elderly couple from a burning home. Officer Mitchell will be remembered for his compassion, bravery, and love of people. He was known to have a big heart and chose to use his love of people to help strengthen our communities and support young people. Even as police officer, Officer Mitchell found time to give back to the community by helping coach first and second grade boys basketball teams. Officer Mitchell died as a hero and will be dearly missed by those who knew him and loved him. He's survived by his partner, mother, stepfather, siblings, and children. I ask my colleagues to join me in a moment of silence.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to wish Mr. Phil George, a distinguished veteran and a legendary coach from San Angelo, Texas, a happy 100th birthday today, and I believe that he may be watching right now. Phil George is a legend in San Angelo, Texas, a veteran of both World War II and Vietnam, where he spent years of service as an incredibly talented pilot. When our nation called, he answered multiple times. I cannot overstate the sacrifices he made both professionally and personally by putting his career as a basketball coach on hold and leaving his loving wife and children while he answered the nation's call to serve in World War II and Vietnam. His stories are incredible, his faith in God palpable, and his love for his late wife and family inspiring. In addition to his record of service to our nation, Mr. George has an incredible record as a basketball coach and athletic director at Angelo State University. Folks, when you think about the greatest generation, you think about Mr. Phil George. Mr. George, happy birthday today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
For unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Alabama is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to observe the 60th anniversary of Bloody Tuesday that occurred in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and to acknowledge and respect the SCLC and its Tuscaloosa chapter for their upcoming commemoration event. On June 9, 1964, over 500 African Americans gathered at the First African Baptist Church to take a stand against racial segregation at the Tuscaloosa County Courthouse. But before they could march even 5 feet, their peaceful protest was met with violence at the hands of the police and a mob of white citizens. Protesters were tear gassed, hosed, and beaten with billy clubs and baseball bats. Altogether, 33 marchers were hospitalized and nearly 100 were arrested. It was the largest assault and invasion of a black church by law enforcement during the Civil Rights Movement. Though lesser known, The events of Bloody Tuesday set the stage for Bloody Sunday and the eventual march from Selma to Montgomery. I commend the Tuscaloosa SCLC for their work to keep the memory of Bloody Tuesday alive. I ask my colleagues to join me in commemorating the 60th anniversary of Bloody Tuesday. We must never, ever forget.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Fishing and Boating Week. As an avid outdoorsman, this week recognizes a favorite pastime of so many, fishing and boating. Pennsylvania, and specifically Pennsylvania's 15th District, is blessed with hundreds of rivers and lakes and streams for any angler or boater to enjoy. Whether you're casting a line in hopes of landing a brook trout or enjoying a sunset cruise, our navigable waterways have so much to offer. During this week, let us ensure the future generations can experience the joy of fishing and boating. Let us also recognize the economic impact of this industry, supporting local businesses and communities that rely on them for their livelihoods. Madam Speaker, as the warm weather continues to drive us to our waterways, it is also important to remember the necessary safety tips when enjoying a day on the water. Always remember to wear your life jacket and be sure to monitor the weather and water conditions. Enjoy all our waterways have to offer this National Fishing and Boating Week. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, more than 1 year ago, the people of East Palestine, Ohio, faced a crisis that shook their community to its core, caused by a rail derailment. The Norfolk Southern train derailment unleashed a torrent of toxic chemicals, leaving a trail of uncertainty and toxic clouds of environmental fear in its wake. Today, we stand here not just to acknowledge the pain of the past, but to act for the future. Alongside my Ohio colleague, David Joyce, we recently introduced the bipartisan East Palestine Health Impact Monitoring Act of 2024. It's about ensuring that the voices of the affected communities are heard and that their concerns are addressed. By authorizing funding for a comprehensive study of the long-term health impacts, we commit to understanding the full extent of the damage caused and providing necessary support for recovery. I urge my colleagues to join us in this crucial bipartisan and bicameral endeavor. Together, let us reaffirm our commitment to the well-being of all Americans, and let us ensure that no community is left behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor Laura Sharbel, who just retired after 43 years of teaching at Sacred Heart Cathedral School and more than 50 years of teaching across Tennessee. Laura was born in Cleveland, Ohio in 1949, but her family moved to Tennessee right after her 11th birthday. She attended Middle Tennessee State University, and after she graduated in 1971, she started teaching in Trousdale County. In 1976, her family moved to Memphis, where she went to grad school at the University of Memphis, and she taught at St. Paul's and in the Shelby County school system until 1981. After that, they moved to Knoxville, and she started teaching first grade at Sacred Heart Cathedral School. For over 4 decades, Laura has shown patience, dedication, and love to the students that have come through her class. She also played a role as a friend and mentor to many of her colleagues throughout the years. She truly has a servant's heart, Madam Speaker, and she helps so many people at the school. Laura is surrounded by many people who love her, including friends and family. She and Nolan have 4 children, Melanie, John, Nolan, Jacob, and Maggie, and they also have 8 grandchildren. I wish Laura the best of luck in the new chapter of life. This retirement is well deserved, and I know the folks at Sacred Heart will miss her very much, and they were very lucky to have you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to highlight the importance of ensuring that national leaders hear the voices and concerns of Eastern North Carolina to include the residents of Terrell County which are near and dear to me. With a population of 3,245, Terrell County is the smallest in our state. I'm deeply grateful for Interior Secretary Deb Haaland's visit to Terrell County in February. Her presence and the federal funds for the boardwalk restoration will make a significant difference. During my most recent visit, I met with the concerned citizens of Columbia who shared their concerns about drainage, infrastructure, housing, and the need for more youth activities. I truly feel honored to serve the residents of this extraordinary community. Despite their small numbers, their impact is mighty. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Lucille Patton Holloway for her dedicated service to the United States through her civilian work contributing during World War II. Mrs. Holloway is a part of a special group of women who answered the call to duty when the nation needed civilians to aid the war effort. Lucille worked at the Douglas Aircraft Company in El Salvador, California, assembling wings for the B-17. She also worked at Louisiana Army Ammunition Plant in Midden, Louisiana, manufacturing various types of weaponry. She was working at this plant on the day the Japanese surrendered on September 2, 1945. Her actions, hard work, and we can do it attitude contributed directly to our victory in World War II and represent the highest ideals of service of the United States of America. I extend to you my personal thanks and our sincere appreciation of a grateful nation for your service to our great nation. My best wishes to you, and may God bless you and your family. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is with great respect that I rise today to recognize Pride Month and to celebrate all the members of the LGBTQ community in Northwest Indiana and across our nation. I am proud to be a member of the Congressional Equality Caucus and a supporter of the Equality Act. This critical legislation aims to prohibit at the federal level discriminations based on sex, orientation, and gender identity in accessing education, employment, and housing benefits. More must be done to ensure that all LGBTQ individuals are able to thrive and succeed in our communities without fear of discrimination. As we continue in Pride Month and the rest of the year, let us continue to do all we can to promote more inclusive, empathetic, and tolerant society for all. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Census Bureau data confirms Trump has achieved the highest family take-home pay increases of any recent president. For middle-class families, Trump policies have raised real median income by $5,820. The tax and spend policies of Biden have actually cost American families real median income of a negative $2,080. Corrupt Judge Merchant, through unethical abuse of office, now unintentionally continues to re-elect Donald Trump with world record fundraising. The latest response by the American people to judicial persecution is an historic over $200 million for the Trump campaign. Merchant deserves a Trump inauguration invitation by me to sit with my grandson, Houston Wilson, during the ceremony. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as repeatedly warned by the FBI. I yield back.
Back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in solidarity with South Jersey Sikh community. This week marks the 40th anniversary of a brutal attack by the Indian Army on the Golden Temple, the holiest shrine in Sikhism. in which thousands of innocent Sikh pilgrims were killed. Since this senseless violence, many Sikhs have sought refuge in the United States, including South Jersey. They built their lives for here, made countless contributions to the educational, economic, religious, and cultural richness of our region. They also keep the names of the memories of those who were killed in that 1984 alive. Today, I join with the Sikh community in remembering those lost in this horrific attack and to honor those who carry on their legacy today. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seeking to ask consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks, Madam Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, if you've observed the West during the summer or fall months the last few years, maybe longer than that, you would see that fire season is soon upon us and has had devastating effects. One example would be a 1 million acre fire, one fire of 1 million acres in my district just 3 short years ago. So what are we doing as a federal government to combat that? Moving pretty slowly. The U.S. Forest Service, under its watch, has allowed, due to lack of ability to get access to the forest and get the type of board feet out that needs to happen, we've seen in the last 15 months 50 individual sawmill closures since March of 2020, well, up to March. So with all these closures, 1,500 sawmills have closed since the year 2000. Where's the capacity going to be to process these logs and turn them into something useful if the private sector isn't allowed to take enough harvest because of the Forest Service lack of action? So million-acre fires, imports. The U.S. is now #1 in imported wood, and we have all this wood standing out there. It makes no sense. We've got to move much quicker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise to celebrate the University of Notre Dame men's lacrosse team, who 1 week ago today won their 2nd straight national championship. Madam Speaker, we all know that the sequel is rarely better than the original. But that wasn't the case last Monday as my family and I watched the Fighting Irish beat the Maryland Terrapins in dominant fashion in Philly. With their impressive 15-5 win, the Irish became the first D1 men's lacrosse team to capture back-to-back titles since the Duke Blue Devils did so a decade ago. Across college athletics, Notre Dame is renowned for their slogan, "Play like a champion today." And that's exactly what the Irish men did almost all season long, going 16-1 overall and ending the year on an exhilarating 14-game win streak. So congratulations to head coach Kevin Corrigan and all the Irish for bringing more championship hardware back to our region. Thank you for making Notre Dame a national champion once again. God bless and go Irish. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the 80th anniversary of D-Day, where more than 2,500 Americans gave their lives on the beaches of Normandy for our freedom. On that night of June 6, 1944, President Roosevelt went on national radio to address the country for the first time about the Normandy invasion. His speech took the form of a prayer that I would like to read. My fellow Americans, last night when I spoke with you about the fall of Rome, I knew at that moment that the troops of the United States and our allies were crossing the channel in another and greater operation. It has come to pass with success thus far. And so, in this poignant hour, I ask that you join me in prayer. Almighty God, our sons, the pride of our nation, this day have set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give them strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, and steadfastness in their faith. They will need thy blessings. Their road will be long and hard, for the enemy is strong. He may hurl back our forces. Success may not come with rushing speed,
but we shall return again and again, and we know that by thy grace and by thy righteousness, our cause, our sons will triumph. They will be sore tired, by night and by day, without rest until the victory is won. The darkness will rent by noise and flame. Men's souls will be shaken with the violences of war. For these men are lately drawn from the ways of peace. They fight not for the lust of conquest. They fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate. They fight to let justice arise and tolerance and goodwill among thy people. They yearn but for an end of battle, for their return to their haven of home. Some will never return. Embrace these, Father, and receive them, thy heroic servants, into thy kingdom. And for us at home, fathers, mothers, children's wives, sisters and brothers of these brave men overseas, whose thoughts and prayers are ever with them, help us, Almighty God, to rededicate ourselves into renewed faith in thee this hour of great sacrifice. Many people have urged that I call the nation into a single day of special prayer, but because the road is long and the desire is great, I ask that our people devote themselves to a continuance of prayer as we rise each new day, and again, when each night is spent, let words of prayer be on our lips, invoking thy help to our efforts. Give us strength too, strength in our daily tasks, to redouble our contributions we make in the physical and material support of our armed forces. And let our hearts be stout, to wait out the long travail, to bear the sorrows that may come, to impart our courage unto our sons, wheresoever they may be. And, O Lord, give us faith. Give us faith in thee, faith in our sons, faith in each other, faith in our united crusade. Let not the keenness of our spirit ever be dulled. Let not the impact of temporary events or temporal matters of but fleeting moment, let not these deter us in our unconquerable purpose. With thy blessing we shall prevail over the unholy forces of our enemy. Help us to conquer the apostles of greed and the racial arrogancies. Lead us to the saving of our country and with our sister nations into a world of unity that will spell a sure peace, a peace invulnerable to all the schemings of unworthy men, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen. Several of my colleagues are here joining me tonight to read letters from American soldiers describing the events of D-Day. First, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Florida, Congressman Stubbe.
Thank you for yielding. Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force, you are about to embark upon the Great Crusade, toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened. He will fight savagely. But this is the year 1944. Much has happened since the Nazis' triumph of 40 and 41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeats, in open battle, man to man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us an overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war, and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking. General Dwight Eisenhower.
Now I recognize my good friend, Representative Adderholt from Alabama, for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, in honor of the upcoming 80th anniversary of D-Day, I rise to share the words of mechanic mate, first class, Paul Hudson Atkins of Sheffield, Alabama, in Alabama's 4th Congressional District. He was one of the first wave of soldiers that had landed on Omaha Beach. On June the 6th, 1944, Mr. Atkins wrote the following letter from Omaha Beach, and I quote, "The first batch of parachute boys are hit behind enemy lines somewhere between 0630 and 0930. Heavy gunfire going out on the horizon, mostly planes overhead headed for France. General granted at 0500, destroyer ahead shot up 3 mines. Ships everywhere to the right and to the left and as far as can be seen. Must be in the thousands of small boats out in the water. The water was exceptionally rough for small boats. We headed for the beach, 4 small boats out of 900. On LST, landing ship tank 511, pick up wounded. Battleships and destroyers flying over our heads. I could see floating bodies on the water, some of the bodies dismembered, floating in life jackets. Small crafts sunk along the beaches, all sorts of obstacles in the water, out to about 500 yards. Only 4 of our small boats were dispatched to the beach, another one sent to Omaha Beach to assist. Madam Speaker, this letter that I just read serves as a powerful reminder of the harrowing scenes Allied forces were faced with and the bravery they exemplified on D-Day. I want to thank my colleague, Congressman Moore of Alabama, for organizing this remembrance for those who fought so valiantly for our freedoms and for giving us the opportunity to continue to tell the stories of these great Americans. May God bless each of those soldiers, their families, and may God bless America, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Adderholt. At this time, I'll recognize Mr. Westerman from Arizona.
I want to thank the gentleman from Alabama for organizing this tonight, Mr. Moore, and as we reflect on 80 years since the invasion of D-Day, it's my honor to get to read an account from Robert Harlan Hoare of Illinois. And what I'm about to share, it says the following is my transcription of the D-Day related section of my father's, Flight Officer Robert Harlan Hoare's pilot's log. I am Karen C. Hoare Burton, his only child. Invasion started. Over 80 holes in my glider. Germans were shooting many toes. Best pal Buck Jackson was just killed after releasing over enemy territory. Knocked down 3 times in landing, made it okay. Could feel heat from those bullets. Mighty lucky to come out alive. Gave my pal a morphine shot to ease the pain. Stayed by him in the open field for an hour. Made him as comfortable as possible until I could get medical aid. German mortars and machine guns were taking pot shots at us. I was surprised at my own coolness. I had Tommy gun ready for action. Moved up with the 82nd Division, expecting counterattack. Dug in, plenty nervous. Waited all night, but nothing happened. Got one sniper. There were snipers all over the place. I learned more in 5 minutes than the Army taught me in 2 years. Recommended for DFC. They can have their medals as far as I'm concerned. Thought of my wife all the time. Had her picture with me. Could hear those angels flapping their wings many times. Kept my pocket Bible with me all the time. God was with me out there, and I'm thankful for it. Was it hell? I know because I went through the worst part of it. Thought of Mom and Dad many times. Often thought that Dad could really have a picnic killing Huns over here, just like hunting chucks. You have to wait for them and then pick them off. I didn't take any souvenirs. What's the use? I'm no glory grabber. Just end this war and let me come home. Many times I prayed out there and I meant every word I said. Things were plenty tough and I needed all the strength I could get. Buck finally died. If I get decorated, his mother is going to have that medal. Got to move up now, so that's all for now. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman. I now recognize my friend from Texas, Mr. Weber.
I thank the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, for the special order commemorating the valor of the greatest generation. 8 decades ago, brave men stormed Normandy's beaches to confront tyranny to secure our freedoms. On this 80th D-Day anniversary, we honor their courage and resilience. Their sacrifice reminds us of humanity's resilience in adversity. I'll share a couple of quotes from a sergeant and lieutenant. Highlighting the battleship Texas, he said, is highlighting the battleship Texas power, which is now proudly stationed, by the way, Ms. Speaker, in Texas 14, and highlighting the bravery of its soldiers, too. He, quote, as the sky lightened, the Armada became visible. The smoking and burning French shoreline also became more defined. At 0600, the huge guns of the Allied navies opened up with what must have been one of the greatest military artillery barrages ever. The diesels on board our craft failed to muffle the tornadic blasting. I could see the battleship Texas firing broadside into the coastline. Boom, ba-ba, boom, ba-ba, boom. Within minutes, great giant swells from the recoil of these guns nearly swamped us and added to the seasickness and misery. But one could also see the 2,000-pound missiles tumbling on their targets, I end quote. And then one from Sergeant Robert Bixler, 116th Infantry Regiment, the 29th Infantry Division. And thank you, Sergeant Bixler, author of Our Brave Patriots. He said this, quote, the ramp was lowered immediately after the rockets fired. It was our hope and desire to run right up on the beach for a dry landing, not because we were afraid of getting wet, but because if we were soaked, it would be added weight to carry while climbing. The British Navy men had promised to put us down dry, but suddenly we ran aground with the ramp dropped. The officer said, everybody out! Looking ahead, I could see 15 or 20 feet of water, a muddy, dirty, gray stretch. The entire area was marked by craters, shell holes from the guns of Texas and the bombers. And then I quote from Lieutenant George Kirshner. Thank you, Lieutenant Kirshner. 2nd Ranger Battalion, that was his quote. And I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we should never forget the bravery of the greatest generation. And let us always uphold the principles for which they fought so valiantly. Most importantly, let us ensure that we teach our children, the latest generation, about the greatest generation and about their remarkable legacy. They came home from World War II. They destroyed the vilest enemy the world had ever seen and kept the world safe. And they simply came home and built the greatest country the world had ever known. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. I recognize Representative Babin from Texas, another friend of mine.
I thank the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, for this special order. And what a special time it is. As the son of a World War II vet myself who was in the Pacific, and as a former Army enlisted troop and former Army Air Force officer myself, stationed in Germany during the 70s, it's a great honor that I have the opportunity to read a letter written by World War II and D-Day veteran U.S. Army Major Ellsworth Hill, written to his family back home on June the 14th, 1944. As it goes, dear Florence, Barbara, and Nancy, this one letter to all three will have to suffice for the time being, for there is scarcely an idle moment to write. And when there is an idle moment, I usually am so tired that I just fall asleep. Today, however, I've had some time to myself and have been far enough away from activities to really enjoy myself. As you may surmise, I am somewhere in France. Just where is, of course, not to be disclosed, but as the papers have carried the story of D-Day, you know that it was on the coast of Normandy. The going for the past week has been quite rugged, particularly for an old man like myself. But I have found that I could keep up with the youngsters. You should have received a letter from me dated June the 5th, but nothing has been written in the meantime. All the things incident to the landing on the beaches and the first few days here can be left for future communication. What can be said now would hardly do justice to what happened. Maybe as things develop, I can write you of my own experiences. It so happened that I went over with the first detachment of the advanced section. Because of that, I have had a bird's eye view, or should I say a foxhole view, of this show. The magnitude of it is beyond all comprehension. For the past week, I've been living in a pup tent. That is, when we have had a chance to even pitch it. I sleep on the ground, and I mean sleep. Tottering around with a pack, sidearms, and K-rations through the country and up and down hills has been pretty strenuous exercise. By way of diversion, there's an occasional air raid or some artillery shelling of the roads that we are traveling on. Fortunately, the weather has been marvelous. Only one day of rain, and that wasn't too bad. When I stop to think of it, I find that I am feeling pretty marvelously well, and I am really in good physical condition. The spot where our camp is located right now is in a very picturesque country. I don't know whether Mummy has been in this part of Normandy, but if she has, she can tell you how pretty that these French farms are. Tonight I had the first cooked meal in over a week. I went up to a little French cafe in a small village and, believe it or not, had steak, French fried potatoes, strawberries, and a bottle of wine, all for 100 francs, about $2. I am enclosing a 5-franc note for Nancy's collection of whatnots. The people here are getting excited over what they say is their liberation. As one drives through the villages, they chase and wave, and every farmer wants to give you wine. But with it all, there has been destruction. Some of the most beautiful chateaus have just been devastated, and whole families have been made homeless. Because I can tell you so little about what is going on, and because I am sleepy, I will stop here. All I really wanted to say was that I am well and not to have any worries about me. With love to you all, and a word that I will write as often as circumstances permit, the Old Man Hill. What an eye-opening letter. Folks, no one but those who were there can only and truly understand what our D-Day and World War II veterans went through, what they saw, and what they felt. I agree with Major Hill. Without seeing it firsthand, it's nearly impossible to comprehend. However, what we can do is continue to honor the sacrifices and the memories of these World War II vets who went into Europe to fight for our freedoms and liberties. So to the D-Day and World War II veterans still with us today, we may never be able to repay your debt, but I pray that we never miss an opportunity to say thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Babin. I yield to my friend Garrett Grace from Louisiana.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentleman from Alabama for organizing. Madam Speaker, I'm going to read from the journal of Sidney Montz, who served as a lieutenant in Company D of 8th Regiment in the 4th Infantry Division of the United States Army. The 4th Division was one of the 5 divisions that struck Utah and Omaha beaches on June 6, 1944, D-Day. He was born in Louisiana in 1914 and served as an ROTC corporal at LSU, and he enlisted in the Army in August 1942 and became a lieutenant. Montz was 29 years old on D-Day, which was his first combat. He kept a diary from May 15th, 1944 until July 31st, 1944. The diary was donated by Montz's son to the National World War II Museum in New Orleans, along with a trunk of personal belongings from his time in the European theater during World War II. Madam Speaker, before I start, I'm going to make note that the diary makes mention of the LCVP, which is the Landing Craft Vehicle Personnel, otherwise known as the Higgins craft, tens of thousands of which were built in Louisiana and often credited as being a game changer for the D-Day landing. I quote, May 16th through June 1st, took things easy, drew equipment, time off, Torquay. Took a few short marches to keep in shape. A few days before June 1st, we were briefed, shown maps and sand table of where we were going. Everything in good shape. I was executive officer, but will take 81 millimeter. Wittenberger does not know mortar. Officers and company, Buckles, Woodruff, Wittenberger, Levy, Buckaloo, Olson, Executive Montz, C.O. Sampson. June 2nd, left camp at 10:20 for Torquay. Got on LCVP to go to ship, the SS Dickman. On ship life was okay. June 4th, too busy to go to church, making final preparation. Heard we sail today for landing tomorrow. Weather very bad, so timing's called off. Spent most of the night in lounge drinking coffee and listening to radio. Heard of the fall of Rome. In bed by 0200. June 5th. Heard we sail at 1300. General Ike message led over the loudspeaker. After we sailed. Told D-Day June 6th. H hour 0630. We anchor at 0200 June 6th and get an LCVP. Checked all equipment that was already in LCVP. Men in good shape and ready to go. Told that 10,500 planes would be in operation, 6,000 bombers. Did not know anything except we'd land on Utah Beach, red and green, with 12,000 paratroopers landing H4 inland. Messed around shooting bull and kidding each other, channel pretty rough. Men will be fed at 2,200, officers 2,400. June 6th, D-Day. 2,400, eating a good meal, maybe the last boat team. Sea very rough, started loading one, went down a compartment with my men about 0230, went over to the side, down net, it was really tough. Took off the rendezvous area, had a tough time finding it, made it okay. Started circling, finally other boats came in. Planes lit up the beaches, AA fire starting, flares dropping. Beautiful sight, but it scares the hell out of you. All hell broke loose from the beach, some boats hit by 88. We're near beach, and 88 opened up on the boat on our right and almost hit us. Some boats hit landmines. Luckily, we landed because much more we would have sunk. Water still rough. Jumped out in waist-deep water about 500 to 600 yards from seawall, the longest I've seen in my life. MG mortar and artillery fighter around us. Finally, in shallow water and able to run, had to miss all types of obstacles in and out of water. Picked up 6 rounds of 81 millimeter ammo on the way. It seemed as though we'd never reach the seawall. Men being blown up all around me. You could hear them scream. It was horrible. Finally hit seawall, stopped to get a blow and bearing. General Roosevelt walking around telling everyone to clear the beach or they'd get killed. Rockets hit the 3rd section. Injured. Lieutenants Levy, Arps, Singer, Cole, Sergeants Hastings killed. Corporals Herb, Brandt, and Wajida. Time to move or they'll kill us. General Roosevelt gave me lots of courage. Under small arms and artillery fire. Navy left us 1,000 yards too far left, and the left outfit caught hell. Moved in very fast. Every house and tree loaded with men. They fire at you from all directions, very hard to see them as they use smokeless powder. We'll get on them soon. Then they will catch hell. Madam Speaker, I just urge all Americans to remember the incredible sacrifice of so many before us that allowed us to have this amazing nation. Again, I thank my friend from Alabama and yield back.
I yield to Representative Griffin from Virginia.
I thank my colleague for having this particular hour so that we can show our appreciation for D-Day and the veterans who were there. For all who are not going to Normandy on this particular D-Day, I would invite you to Bedford, Virginia, where the National D-Day Memorial is holding their ceremony this Thursday, June 6th at 11 a.m. Why, you might ask, would there be a memorial in Bedford, Virginia? And the answer is because of the Bedford boys of Company A, 116th Regiment, 29th Division. Per capita, Bedford lost more men on D-Day than any other community in the nation. As a result of this, a number of people got together in the 90s. Bob Slaughter from Roanoke, who was a part of Company A and was there on D-Day, was a major force in starting the push for this National D-Day Memorial in Bedford. Lucille Hoback Bogus lost 2 brothers that day. She contributed a lot of time, and her children are continuing the tradition of moving to make sure that people remember D-Day and the sacrifices of Bedford. Virginia Delegate Lacey Putney, the gentleman from Bedford, also was instrumental in making sure that the funds were available to get this project off the ground. And it was such a success that on June 6, 2001, at the opening of the National D-Day Memorial in Bedford, Virginia, President George W. Bush participated and gave the keynote. Today I read a letter not from one of the soldiers, but from one of the wives of the Bedford boys. Ms. Ivy Lynn Skank of Bedford wrote this touching letter to her husband, John. It is a reminder of how life went for folks on the home front, where daily chores and family visits continued unabated despite the epic global conflict that raged around husbands, sons, brothers, etc. overseas. Her letter. Darting, it's 11:30 Sunday night. This has been a day of continual activity. Breakfast, church, to get milk, butter, packed a car to go to Mother Skank's tomorrow, washed the dog, dusted the beans, etc. in the garden to keep the bugs from ruining them. We intended gathering a little pile of corn to take out to Mother S. When we got at it, realized there were too many ears just ready to use. So we gathered them, and now I'm waiting for the pressure to go down in the cooker so I can take out my few pints of lovely tender corn. I still have too many ears to take to Mother S. Mom and I just wondered what you'd say if you could see us canning at 11 o'clock at night on Sunday. She says if the corn doesn't keep, it will be because we canned it on a Sunday. I told her you were busy fighting on Sunday without even a chance to eat or rest. God grant that it'll not be long until you can be done with all that and come home to enjoy a few months of peace and calm. All my love is yours, Lynn. John Skank never received his wife's letter. Ivy Lynn wrote it on Sunday, July 16, 1944, intending to mail it the next day. But on that Monday, she received the telegram informing her that her husband had been killed on Omaha Beach on D-Day, June 6th. Bedford lost a total of 20 that day. 19 were from Company A. And what happened on July 16 is still remembered in Bedford. The telegrams were received at Green's drugstore. Elizabeth Tease came in to report she was the operator at 8:30 that morning. And the notices started coming in. Somebody from Bedford had died. They would receive 9 of those notices on that one day alone. And the notices kept coming in to Green's drugstore Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Today, we get used to having instant communications. But back then, the men who died on June 6 families didn't find out for more than a month that they had lost their loved ones. Today, Bedford Green's drugstore is the Bedford Boys Tribute Center. The people of Bedford will never forget. I was very glad to have known a number of these soldiers before they passed away, those who survived, and to have known Ms. Bogus when she was campaigning with the Virginia legislature to make sure the National D-Day Memorial became a reality. It's a wonderful, wonderful tribute. I encourage you all to visit. God bless you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Griffith. This time I recognize my friend, Mr. Loudermilk from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend from Alabama for the honor of participating in this moment. As many here have done, I have been to the beaches of Normandy and stood on Omaha Beach On the 75th anniversary of the landing of D-Day, I was one of those selected to represent the United States there. And as I stood on the beach alone, thinking of the sand, and that sand I was standing on held the DNA of American patriots who fought that day to preserve liberty for all of us and to stop oppression and aggression. It was especially meaningful to me because my father was one of those that landed in Normandy on D-Day. He was a medic in the United States Army. No one fought alone that day. No single service fought alone. It took the Navy to deliver many of the soldiers to the shores of Omaha Beach, and my father was one of those that boarded an amphibious landing craft that took him to the beach. I would love to stand here today and read one of the letters that my father wrote to his sweetheart, who eventually became my mother. But his letters were lost in a flood many years ago in their home in Walhalla, South Carolina. But today I want to read the letter from Tracy Sugarman, who was a lieutenant in the Navy, was assigned to the amphibious squadron, and was one of those who, alongside his colleagues that served in the Army, landed on Omaha Beach. What's interesting about Mr. Sugarman is he was one of those that was considered an old man. He was 23 years old, and he was married. He had a young wife. And the letter that I'm going to read to you today is the letter that he sent to his wife. It reads, "My darling Junie, hope this gets out to you. It will be the last word from me for a long time. But don't worry, Angel. I'll get in touch with you the first chance I get. Believe me, darling, I'm feeling wonderfully well and absolutely squared away for anything that may come my way. For this wonderful peace of mind, I have to thank you, Junie. I'm intending to spend the rest of my life thanking you. Take care of yourself for me, sweetheart. Please call folks and tell them I'm fine, but can't write them. Hope to heavens this gets out. Bye for a little while, Angel. Remember, I love you with all my heart, always. Keep that chin up and your head high, and keep that gleam always. Love you all." Fortunately, Tracy Sugarman was one of those that did return and was able to continue to live his life in freedom, thanks to the sacrifice of those that gave their last full measure of devotion on those sandy beaches in Normandy. God bless this country, and God bless the memories of all of those who served that day. I yield back.
Thank my friend from Georgia, and I recognize Representative Crenshaw.
Thank my friend from Alabama. This week marks the 80th anniversary of D-Day, where tens of thousands of our finest, of our greatest generation, stormed the beaches of Normandy, France, part of the largest seaborne invasion in history, and ushered in an unprecedented era of human flourishing and prosperity because of their courage and sacrifice, because they understood that it was America's time to lead and to take up arms against tyranny and against the spread of aggression. And tonight I have the honor to read an account of that day from Private Benjamin Alvarado's personal diary. He was part of the second wave to land on the Easy Red portion of Omaha Beach in Normandy. These are his words. "It was very early in the morning, 6th of June, 1944, cold, dark, and foggy with a little drizzle. The water was choppy. I could not see land even though we were only 11 miles from shore. The drone of the engines stopped, and it was quiet again. It was 5:30 a.m. when all hell broke loose. All battleships began firing. Over 5,000 ships filled the waters, and planes filled the sky as far as one could see, all headed in one direction. The noise was indescribably deafening. Continuous firing for our ships, coupled with the drone of our planes bombing the beaches. Never in all the training I went through was I prepared for this. It was time to go over, grab the rope net, lift my leg over the side, hang on for dear life, 60 pounds on my back. The rope net swings in and out. The ship and the Higgins boat struggle to meet 20, 30 feet down. I'm going to hit the water and be crushed between the ship and the Higgins boat. We managed somehow to embark into the Higgins. The boat was full. The motor started, the boat shuddered, and away we went, up and down the waves. No land in sight. Go toward the noise and flashes of fire. We were under the swishing sound of our big guns, 12 and 14-inch shells, trumpeting awesomely, cutting the air above us, almost lifting us out of the water. My heart was pounding out of my shirt as though my life were being sucked out. It was horrifying. As we approached the beach, the Germans continued spraying our boat with machine gun fire. Our boat went as close as it dared, and the ramp went down. I was the third one out, water up to my chest, holding my M1 high, pushing the water with my legs, trying to keep my balance. I was numb with fear of what I was about to encounter. It was early dawn, foggy, smoke-covered beach, flashes of light, rumbling explosions, German artillery, mortar shells bursting around us, bullets whizzing by. At the water's edge, I tripped over several dead GIs. My hair stood on end. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me through the smoke and gauntlet of enemy fire, running erratically, avoiding GIs that had fallen. I ran toward a bluff that had a slight overhang where others were huddled. We were wet, scared, and trapped, all in a state of shock. Nothing was said. We made room for each other, mirroring our fear, unable to encourage each other. Pausing for a moment to contemplate, I realized the improbability of my ever going home again. The invasion continued. Barbed wire and landmines were everywhere. The water was filled with boats, pressure to unload their men and equipment. To my right, through a haze of smoke and fog, bodies were everywhere. Steel obstacles were scattered throughout the beach. The indiscriminate slaughter continued. As our men scrambled frantically for safety, a lieutenant made his way, running toward us, looking as though he'd just come out of a storm into our little sanctuary of protection. Gasping for air, he said, "Men, this is Omaha Beach. You're on the second wave." Catching his breath, he continued, "For what you have just been through, you men deserve a Purple Heart." Now we are ready to do what we are trained for. Our group, the first and second wave of the First Army, was ready to move up. "Watch out for the landmines," someone exclaimed. We went through a small opening that had been in the barbed wire. The path had been marked by the men that had stepped on the landmines. When we reached the top, I felt we had broken loose from a trap, yet still quite apprehensive about the landmines. Not looking back, I could see where the Germans had entrenched themselves and were now dead. The shooting continued as we scampered to places of protection, roadside ditches. The Germans were beginning to surrender as they saw us inching up to them, crying out, "Kamerad, Kamerad." A white piece of cloth would go up and they would scamper out with their hands up, sometimes crying. The Germans were on the run, leaving their dead and wounded behind. They left their snipers behind to slow us down. But we continued advancing. We could still hear the rumbling sounds of those big shells being fired from our ships deeper into enemy lines, an enormous extended hand of protection for us, a welcome sound. Our trucks, tanks, artillery pieces, and supplies were catching up to us. Every time we would liberate a town, the people would run out of their homes to greet us. Church bells would ring for hours, day or night. The old men and women offered us wine and bread. Orders, we could not stop. I yield back.
I thank my friend from Texas and recognize Representative Guest from Mississippi. I yield.
This week we remember the 80th anniversary of the D-Day invasion, known as Operation Overlord. The D-Day invasion began on the early morning hours of June 6, 1944 on the southern beaches of France, landing at beaches named Utah, Gold, Sword, Juneau, and Omaha. Over 4,400 Allied soldiers lost their lives that day. The invasion of France allowed Allied troops to establish a beachhead in Western Europe and would go on to change the course of the Second Great War. Many of the courageous men who fought that day have since passed away, but we still have their recorded oral testimonies and letters to loved ones about the role that they played. Today I want to read a brief segment of a fellow Mississippian that landed at Normandy shortly after the initial invasion. Bilbro Rogers, born in Louisville, Mississippi, said this about his service. I was unloading the ships there in France, unloading guns, trucks, and ammunition, food, medical supplies, and all that in France after I got there. But we were still involved in battle because they were shooting at us, trying to kill us. I didn't pull my shoes off in 3 weeks because they didn't allow you to pull them off, because you may have to run at any time. We had to sleep in our shoes. And when we were in France, we slept in foxholes. You dig a hole in the ground about 4 feet and you get down there, you and your partner. You've got one partner, 2 people in one hole. Foxholes with dirt falling in your face and all that. Bilbro Rogers was one of the countless heroes that placed themselves in harm's way to help America and her allies defeat Nazi Germany and to protect the liberties and freedoms we still enjoy today. May we always remember the sacrifices of our brave warriors. I yield back.
I thank my friend from Mississippi, and I yield to my good friend from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Thank you, my good friend from Alabama, for this opportunity to reflect on the last hours of many of our courageous and the courage and sacrifice of the greatest generation, those who served and died for the land that they loved. Shortly before D-Day, 2nd Lieutenant Jack Lundberg from Val Verde, Utah, wrote a letter to his parents. Now I'm actually here. I see that the chances of my returning to all of you are quite slim. Therefore, I want to write this letter now while I'm still able to. I want you to know how much I love each of you. You mean everything to me. It is the realization of your love that gives me the courage to continue. I have requested that this letter be forwarded only in the event that I do not return. You have had many times more than your share of illnesses and deaths in the family, and still you continue to exemplify what true parents should. I am sorry to add to your grief, but at all times realize that my thoughts are of you constantly, and I feel that in some small way I'm helping to bring this wasteful war to a conclusion. We of the United States have something to fight for. Never more fully have I realized that. There is no other country that is comparable to wealth, advancement, or standard of living. The USA is worth the sacrifice. Remember always that I love each of you most fervently, and I'm proud of you. Consider Mary, my wife, as having taken my place in the family circle and watch over each of you. Love to my family, Jack. 2.5 weeks later, after D-Day, Lundberg was the lead navigator on a B-17 flying over Albertville, France. It was hit there by a German anti-craft fire, burst into flames and crashed. Lundberg was killed. Second Lieutenant Jack Lundberg represents then and now the very best of Utah and our great nation. It is a spirit of willing sacrifice, love of family and country that will continue to guide our minds, souls, and hearts to be the light of freedom to those around the world. I, too, was raised by a veteran of World War II. I was blessed to see those who not only ran toward fear, but came back to their homeland and built the greatest generation, the greatest middle class, who broke the barriers that we were then fighting to break, and went on to teach their generation to be patriotic and love our nation. We will never forget America's greatest generation and their extraordinary sacrifices for freedom. Thank you, and may God bless you in his eternal blessings. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank my friend from Utah, and I recognize my friend from Texas, Mr. Sell.
Thank you to my friend and colleague from Alabama for hosting this. Fellow Texan William Nation was an Army captain in the 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment on 22 June 1944, somewhere in France. Dear folks, just a note to let you know that everything is still okay. We got our mail a few days ago, and I was glad to hear from you again. We've been plenty busy here, and last night I pulled off my boots for the first time since D-Day. I guess you know by now what D-Day is. We have had some real experiences, some that I hope never to go through again. But we've made it out all right so far. I guess you know more about what we did than I by reading the papers. We had 2 news writers drop with us. One broke his leg, but the other is riding all along. This will have to be cut short for now, but I'll try to write more this afternoon. I'll try to let you know from day to day how things are. But if you don't get a letter from me, don't be worried. We all feel rather immortal after that first night, and most of us are living on borrowed time anyway. Love, Bill. Just a quick story. When I parachuted into D-Day celebrations in 1993, went up to the superintendent of the cemetery that stands there above Omaha Beach. He motioned to a D-Day veteran saying goodbye. He said that man was a combat engineer on Omaha Beach. He led the first wave ashore. He was the only man of his unit that made it alive onto the shore. And he comes back to visit his buddies every year. This year, when I parachute into D-Day, Friday, I will be carrying a portrait of Glenn Stevens, G Company, 3rd Battalion, 507th Parachute Infantry Regiment, who parachuted into D-Day. He was a constituent all those years ago in CD3 in Texas. I'll also be carrying a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart that belonged to Staff Sergeant Starlin Lee Klink, who was a veteran of D-Day. It's my little way of honoring the men who risked everything on June 6th, 1944. May we never forget, and I yield back.
I want to thank my friend from Texas and certainly all my colleagues. That's quite an amazing story to get it firsthand in letters. And I'd like to close with an excerpt from a newspaper describing the reaction to D-Day at home in Montgomery, Alabama. Dear gang, you're probably wondering what it was like at home on D-Day. Well, like everything else in the world, we guess, Montgomeryans were steeped in a reserved excitement, wanting to shout out, "We're pulling for you, gang," but realizing there was an ocean in between. Everyone was literally burning with pride as the news flashed throughout the day. Radios were never turned off during that first 24 hours, and there was one topic of conversation, and only one. All stores closed at 5 p.m., and at that same hour, 2 buglers stationed throughout the city went into action. All traffic stopped, and a period of silent prayer was observed. At 8 p.m., prayer services were held in every Montgomery church. Almost without exception, every pew was filled. WSFA canceled all commercial programs and announcements, and for more than 30 hours, only broadcast invasion news or specially prepared programs in honor of the courageous men who sailed and flew across the channel. When prayers were being said over the air, it was not uncommon to see a sidewalk group, including some perhaps who were praying for the first time, to lift their hats and stand reverently until the prayer was done. At 9 p.m., the whole town, along with the remainder of the nation, listened with bowed heads as President Roosevelt offered his Invasion Day prayer. As the full moon, riding in a partially clouded sky, shone down in later hours, Montgomeryans finally closed their eyes, proud, appreciative, and confident of the eventual outcome. I want to thank all my colleagues again for who all participated, and to Congressman Palmer and his staff for his help in coordinating this special order. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of the special order hour.
Without objection.
It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor the CBC Special Order Hour along with my distinguished colleague, Representative Jonathan Jackson, and also Representative Gwen Moore. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have the opportunity to discuss the importance of the foster care and outcomes among Black families and children involved with child welfare, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents we represent, and all of Americans. At this moment, I would like to yield to our Representative Gwen Moore.
Thank you so much, gentlelady from Florida, for heading up this special order hour. At this time, we have many members in the Congressional Black Caucus who are concerned about this issue, and I am so happy this evening that we've also been joined by not only Jonathan Jackson, but by the member of the Ways and Means Committee, a mentor of mine, Dr. Danny Davis, who has served as a social worker and is has kept abreast of those formal studies by engaging and is a passionate about foster youth. And I just want to thank the Congressional Black Caucus for shining a light on this particular issue. Because face it, these are our children. There are about 400,000 children currently in foster care, not counting the ones who are in informal arrangements in foster care. And they are our children. They are children of color, particularly Black children, disproportionately in the system. I, for example, live in Wisconsin, and while Wisconsin is only 9% of the population, almost a quarter of the children in foster care are African American children. And I can tell you, these are the most vulnerable kids in our country, but my God, they are also the most resilient children. But even the most resilient needs our help and our support. And as Congress, we must support them because, after all, these youth are our future workforce. They're our workforce, and who will support us if we don't support them? Now, we just left May, and May, of course, was National Foster Care Month. And this year's theme of National Foster Care Month was engaging youth, building supports, and strengthening opportunities. I think that that's a real important theme when as I want to announce happily that we're going to have another Foster Youth Day, Shadow Day. And I would invite all of my colleagues to engage in the extraordinary experience of letting one of these youth shadow you. And you will be surprised that while you think that you're teaching them stuff about your craft as a ranking member, as a chairman, that you will learn so much for these youth. And that will be something that will carry through for the rest of your time serving. It is a blessing. Now, June is National Family Reunification Month. And I think that when we think, we have had foster care system in this country for many years, but one of the things that we have learned is that foster care ought to be the last resort. And that if we separate children from their families because of out of necessity, that we ought to do everything that we can to try to reunify them and to learn what strategies work toward that effort. We want to make sure, we want to do prevention to make sure that, that these children don't end up being separated from their families. But if they do, we need to prioritize kinship care. You know, one of the co-chairs of this committee is a Republican called Don Bacon, and he is adamant about kinship care and keeping kinship groups together. That is one of his passions, and we need to make sure we support his legislation. We have another co-chair, a Democrat from California, Representative Sidney Kamlager-Dove. And as she has come into this Congress, succeeding the now mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, head first onto this issue and is a passionate supporter of our programming. Mary Gay Scanlon, an attorney from Pennsylvania before she joined us in this body, brought those skills and brought her own experience doing a lot of pro bono work for children and families caught in the foster care system. Passionate co-chair of the bipartisan Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth. Nancy Mace, we all know, a person who has served in our armed forces, brings her leadership to this task. And Zach Nunn, another Republican. It's bipartisan that we need to save our children. And so in just a few days, we're going to have the Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth. It's annual Foster Day, and we want members to sign up to pair for a foster youth. I just can't explain how impactful it is for these former foster youth to shadow you for just a day, and how beneficial it is to us as policymakers. And it's a great reminder that beyond these statistics are real people. I have so much to say, but there are others here that want to share. I'd be happy to get into a dialogue or colloquy with you. So I would, Madam Chair of the Special Order, I would yield back to you at this time.
Thank you so much, Representative Gwen Moore. And now I would like to yield to Representative Danny Davis.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and let me commend you and the Congressional Black Caucus for hosting this discussion this evening on what I consider to be one of the most important issues in our country, in our society, and that is taking a hard look at what is happening with our children, and especially those who are in need of care. Focusing on the adage that I've always believed in, and that is that an ounce of prevention is worth much more than a pound of cure. And so it just reminds me of some of the many things that we have championed, trying to make sure that not only do our children receive the care and attention that they need once they're in care, but also trying to prevent them from having to have that experience. And so I was thinking of 2023, that Illinois and the nation benefited from the reauthorization of the MACV program, which I was fortunate to lead. The MACV program funds evidence-based education and services proven to improve mother and child health, family safety, and child development. I helped create this program in 2010, and it has brought over $119 million to Illinois and $5.2 billion to the country to help make families stronger and try and help them to be able to retain their children. I'm also reminded that Illinois and the nation benefited from the Family First Prevention Services Act that I helped enact that made historic improvements to child welfare, fundamentally shifting policy from separating families to strengthening them by addressing the key reasons that families struggle. Illinois has received over $66 million in prevention funding to strengthen families from the law since it was enacted almost 6 years ago. And I'm reminded that Unification Month, what does that really mean? I think it means trying to keep families as connected as we possibly can. And so I want to thank the Illinois Department of Corrections for allowing our Fatherhood Initiative every year to take children to correctional institutions to visit with their fathers. As a matter of fact, we've done that now for about 10 years, and the results are startling in terms of how fathers and children and the children's mothers or significant others or grandparents relate to this experience of, even though their fathers are away, letting the children know that their fathers still have meaning and a great deal of meaning to their lives. And so as we meander our way through trying to figure out how do we really make our world a better place in which to live? How do we provide for those young people? I think of the laws that we've tried to enact and made some progress on, such as helping young people get driver's license, foster youth get driver's license so that they can have transportation services and get from one place to another. The thing I'm very proud that we're close to is providing opportunity for foster youth who have benefits due to them from Social Security, rather than having these benefits go to their payees or go to states for operational expenses. We are getting close to having these benefits come to foster youth themselves, put into a trust fund or something for them when they age out, helping older foster youth. Think of how meaningful it would be for a young person aging out, reaching adulthood, who's never had any real access to resources of their own, having a few $1,000s in a trust fund, or helping them to transition from adulthood so that they now can act like an adult, have their own resources to go to college, have their own resources to help get an apartment, have their own resources to have resources before they get a job and not struggle during this period. So again, I want to commend and thank my colleagues and the Congressional Black Caucus for raising this issue, providing direction, and giving us an opportunity to recognize that the needs are great and we want to make society a better world, I end by thinking of one of my favorite expressions that a poet and blues singer said, and that is that our children are the future. Teach them well, let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride. And if we can do that, then I am confident that America, our nation, becomes a better place in which to live. So thank you both, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative Davis. I'd like to now yield to myself. Today, I rise to discuss the disparities that Black children and families have within our nation's foster care system. Study after study has shown that Black children in the United States statistically spend more time in foster care and are significantly less likely to be reunified with their families. We have a moral obligation to address the glaring disparities that persist within our child welfare system. Nationwide, the average number of days for children to exit foster care is 633 days. Yet, for Black children, we have an average number of days, which is a staggering 743. In my home state of Florida, the average number of days for Black children to exit foster care is 633 days, which is the largest average number of any racial group. These discrepancies speak volumes about the systemic barriers that hinder the timely reunification of Black children with their families. These numbers represent the extensive damage being done by the children welfare system to the well-being of Black children in Florida and throughout our country. These disparities perpetuate a cycle of instability and trauma and exacerbate existing inequalities, perpetuating a system that is disproportionately affecting communities of color. We cannot afford to ignore these disparities. Each statistic represents a child with hopes, dreams, and a future that should not be denied because of the color of their skin or the shortcomings of the system. We must commit to addressing the systemic issues that disproportionately affect Black children in foster care. Together, we can build a child welfare system that truly supports and nurtures every child, giving them the foundation they need to succeed. I'd like to now yield to my co-anchor, Jonathan Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first thank the Honorable Congresswoman from the great state of Florida, the Honorable Sheila Sherfulis McCormick. Madam Speaker, today I rise because June is National Reunification Month, and we owe it to Black families not to be silent about what the child welfare system has done to them in both tragic and traumatic ways. I say to you today, the effects of having been a devastating and long-lasting on our children. And the fact that we even have to have a National Reunification Month says it all. How could it even be possible that a system that purports to help Black families has been so chiefly responsible for the separation of the very families it supposedly exists to serve? This kind of morose contradiction cannot be allowed to persist and linger, because whether some people in this country are willing to admit it or not, families come in all shapes and sizes. Families come in all colors and configurations. And they even come in various economic conditions and levels of education, but all of them are still families. And all of them deserve our commitment. All of them are depending on the work we do in this chamber. And the members of this body cannot just care about the families that remind them of their own. No matter the race or configuration of a particular family, we are here to serve every family in this country. And whether we care about all American families, or in truth, is it that we only care about some and mostly none? Black families deserve all the rights and opportunities extended to every other family in this country. In fact, considering the historical assault on this country's institutions and policies against Black families, One might even suggest that black families deserve to have more than most. We have been through a lot. I'm honored to be a member of this congressional body to represent the 1st Congressional District of the state of Illinois. And when I think that of the life of a young child that was kidnapped from West Africa in the name of Phyllis Wheatley in 1753, who was manumitted from slavery in 1773, our nation has come a long way. But let us never forget, a child had been kidnapped that was 8 years of age, and they approximated her age because of the size of her teeth, that had to go up and talk to John Hancock and others, and had to cite poetry that we later came to find out were anagrams, an absolute brilliant child. And she was the first person of African ancestry from 1619 to 1753 to have been manumitted from slavery. And I want us to know that black families are more valuable simply because they've been through so much. And black families just don't have their value because they've been through so much. It's because of the compassion they've had to grow. Not one family is more valuable than the others. We all have different experiences. And sometimes they've had long-lasting and a devastating legacy of neglect that has too often resulted in outright violence. We rise tonight to reflect on the role of this tragic system and how we might strengthen bonds and not just perpetuate historical problems and systemic norms in the child welfare system that has torn so many families apart. I am convinced now more than ever that we must do whatever we can to reduce the need for foster care and strengthen families in whichever configuration they are formed. Until this system of a child welfare can see the value in keeping families together, we must hold the system accountable for what we know to be right. And what we do, we also have to know is the right thing. We know that yes, every child should be protected, and they still need their mothers and their fathers, no matter the frailty and the conditions that they suffer from. And yes, children should have their basic needs met too, but they still need their grandmothers and grandfathers. Our child welfare system should not separate children. Our child fostering system that's supposed to help feed and nourish children should not separate children under any case. Every child has a brother or a sister, deserves to have a relationship with their brother or the sister they possess. And inasmuch as children should be protected from whoever seeks to threaten their integrity of their lives, it is also the case that no child should be erroneously or permanently separated from people who love them. We must change the economic conditions and political factors that make it even possible for black children to end up not being cared for by their relatives because of a lack of capacity and resources. There is a reason black families are more likely to be investigated by Child Protective Services and to have their children removed and placed in out-of-home care. There is a reason more than 50% of black children in the U.S. will experience a child welfare investigation before their 18th birthday, and 10% of black children will be placed into foster care. These are not accidental occurrences, but rather they are the manifestation of a deep and pervasive systemic bias. Black children spend more time in foster care. Black children have more placements. And yes, black children are less likely to be reunified with their families when somebody needs to stand up for those who cannot stand up for themselves. And since the children of our community cannot speak on the floor of this chamber, tonight we dare to speak for them. Tonight we pick up the standard for their cause and declare emphatically on their behalf, let these children return home to loving families. Let them be treated with respect. Let's give them the presumption of innocence and virtue that they deserve, and let them be reunited with the kindred spirit that produced them and continues to love them in spite of the challenges that they face. This pattern of unjustified investigations and prolonged separations must be brought to an end, not just for the sake of the children, but also for the sake of the nation's future. Unless the children of our community are returned to the loving arms of their family, no child in this country is safe. No child can sleep easily at night. But we will not rest until the circle is restored and until the village can once again decide for itself what is best for our children. So as we work to keep them safe, let us live to make them free. Because the night shines light in the darkness, and the darkness cannot overcome it alone. We thank God for the life, the living, and the legacy of the Honorable Phyllis Wheatley, a child that was separated and was the first to be manumitted, to be freed in America, a child that was kidnapped, that God had born free, that had to have her rights restored as a human being. Madam Speaker, I'd like to now yield my time and thank the Honorable Sheila Sherfullis McCormick from the great state of Florida for her continued service.
Thank you so much, Representative Jackson, and thank you for your passionate speech and being a great co-anchor. Madam Speaker, today I rise to discuss how historical trauma and systemic racism have perpetuated cycles of intergenerational poverty and have disproportionately impacted the welfare of Black children in America. We must acknowledge a painful truth. By the age of 18, 1 of every 100 children in America will experience the court-ordered termination of their parents' right. This stark statistic is even more alarming for Black children nationwide, who are 2.4 times more likely than their white counterparts to endure the devastating loss of parental rights. In my home state of Florida, Black children are 1.3 times more likely to experience this. These numbers represent the lives of children torn from their families, often due to circumstances rooted in historical and structural inequalities. Historical trauma rooted in centuries of enslavement, segregation, and discrimination continue to echo through generations. Structural racism further exacerbates these challenges, manifesting in biased policies and practices that disproportionately affect Black families in the child welfare system. Intergenerational poverty is both a cause and consequence of child welfare involvement. Families trapped in cycles of poverty face challenges in providing the necessary resources and support for their children. This economic instability often leads to increased scrutiny and intervention from child welfare services, perpetuating a cycle of disruption and disadvantaging. Children have better outcomes in life when they are nurtured and cared for by their own families. We need to reimagine and reform our approach to child welfare to ensure that it is fair, equitable, and supportive of family unity. Our children's future and the future of our nation depends on what we do here today in Congress to redirect and make sure that most children get to stay with their families while protecting the children who need it. Madam Speaker, you've heard from my distinguished colleagues about the foster care system and the issues facing the Black community, all issues of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, our constituents, Congress, and all Americans tonight. With that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield back.
Does the gentlelady have a motion?
Madam Speaker, I motion to adjourn the House at this time.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.